Sanctified, Caesarian, Catholic Majesty, the Emperor Don Carlos, our Lord King. Most perspicacious and oracular Prince, from the city of Mexico, capital of New Spain, 2 days after the feast of the Purification, in this year of our Lord 1530. Greeting. Sovereign Sire, we can only express our admiration at the depth and daring of our liege's cogitations in the field of speculative hagiology, and our genuine awe at the brilliant conjecture propounded in your Majesty's latest letter, viz., that the Indians' best beloved deity, Quetzalcoatl, so frequently alluded to in our Aztec's narrative, could have been in actuality the Apostle Thomas, visiting these lands 15 centuries ago for the purpose of bringing the gospel to these heathens. Of course, even as Bishop of Mexico, we cannot give the episcopal imprimatur to such a strikingly bold hypothesis, sire, prior to its consideration among higher ranks of the church hierarchy. We can, however, attest that there exists a body of circumstantial evidence to support your Majesty's innovative theory. Primus, the so-called feathery snake was the one supernatural being recognized by every separate nation and variant religion so far known to have existed in all of New Spain, his name being severally rendered as Quetzalcoatl among the Nahuatl speakers, Kukulkan among the Maya speakers, Gukumats among peoples even farther south, etc. Secondus, all these peoples agree in the tradition that Quetzalcoatl was first a human, mortal, incarnate king or emperor who lived and walked on earth during the span of a lifetime, before his transmutation into an insubstantial and immortal deity. Since the Indians' calendar is exasperatingly inutile, and since there no longer exist the books of even mythical history, it may never be possible to date the alleged earthly reign of Quetzalcoatl. Therefore, he could very well have been coeval with St. Thomas. Tertius, all these peoples likewise agree that Quetzalcoatl was not so much a ruler, or tyrant, as most of their rulers have been, but a teacher and a preacher, and, not incidentally, a celibate by religious conviction. To him are attributed the invention or introduction of numerous things, customs, beliefs, etc., which have endured to this day. Quartus, among the numberless deities of these lands, Quetzalcoatl was one of the very few that never demanded or countenanced human sacrifice. The offerings made to him were always innocuous: birds, butterflies, flowers, and the like. Quintus, the Church holds it to be historical fact that St. Thomas did travel to the land of India in the East, and did there convert many pagan peoples to Christianity. So, as your Majesty suggests, may it not be a reasonable supposition that the Apostle should also have done so in the then unknown Indies of the West? A reprobate materialist might remark that the sainted Thomas had the advantage of an overland route from the Holy Land to the East Indies, whereas he would have found some difficulty in crossing the ocean sea 15 centuries before the development of the vessels and navigational facilities available to modern-day explorers. However, any cavil at the abilities of one of the 12 disciples would be as injudicious as was the doubt once voiced by Thomas himself, and rebuked by the risen Christ. Sextus et mirabile dictu. A common Spanish soldier named Diaz, who occupies his off-duty hours in idly exploring the old ruins of this area, recently visited the abandoned city of Tolan, or Tula. This is revered by the Aztecs as having been once the seat of the legendary people called the Toltecs, and of their ruler, the king later to become deity, Quetzalcoatl. Among the roots of a tree sprung from a crack in one of the old stone walls, Diaz found a carved onyx box, of native manufacture but of indeterminate age. And in this box he found a number of white wafers of delicate bread, quite unlike anything baked by these Indians. Diaz at once recognized them, and we, when they were brought to us, verified them as the host. How these sacramental wafers came to be in that place and in a native-made pyx, how many centuries they may have been secreted there, and how it is that they did not long ago dry and crumble and perish, no one can guess. Could it be that your erudite majesty has supplied the answer? Could the communion wafers have been left as a token by the evangelist St. Thomas? We are this day relating all these data in a communication to the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide, giving due credit to your Majesty's inspired contribution, and will eagerly await the opinion of those theologians at Rome, far more sapient than ourselves. May our Lord God continue to smile upon and favor the enterprises of your Imperial Majesty, to whom unbounded admiration is due and professed by all your subjects, not least by your SCCM's chaplain and servant. Ecce signum, Zumaraga. For the same reason that I do not have much recollection of the events just prior to the obliteration of Yanquitlan, I do not clearly remember the things that happened immediately afterward. I and Bayou and our escort marched north again toward Tenochtitlan, and I suppose the journey was unremarkable, for I recall little of it except 2 brief conversations. The first was with Bayou Ribe. She had been weeping as she walked, weeping almost constantly, ever since I told her of Nochipa's death. But one day, somewhere on the return route, she suddenly stopped, both weeping and walking, and looked about her, like someone roused from sleep, and she said to me, "You told me you would take me home, but we are going north." I said, "Of course. Where else?" "Why not south? South to Tequantepec." "You have no home there," I said. "No family. Probably no friends. It has been, 8 years since you left there." "And what have I in Tenochtitlan?" A roof under which to sleep, I might have remarked, but I knew what she really meant. So I said simply, "You have as much as I have, Waiting Moon. Memories. Not very pleasant ones, Za." "I know that too well," I said, without sympathy. "They are the same ones I have, and we will have them wherever we wander, or wherever we call home. At least you can grieve and mourn in comfort in Tenochtitlan, but no one is dragging you there. Come with us or go your own way, as you choose." I walked on and did not look back, so I do not know how long it took her to decide. But the next time I lifted my gaze from my own inward visions, Bayou was again walking at my side. The other conversation was with Angry at Everybody. For many days the man had respectfully left me to my brooding silence, but one day he strode along with me and said, "Forgive my intrusion on your sorrow, friend Meachley, but we are getting near home, and there are things you should know. They are some things which we four elders have discussed and presumed to settle among ourselves. We have made up a story, and we have instructed the Tecpaneca troops to tell the same. It is this: while all of us, you and we and the soldiers, were making that embassy to the court of Teotihuacan, while we were necessarily absent with good reason, the colony was set upon by bandits, and looted and massacred. On our return to Yanquitlan, we naturally went raging and searching for the marauders, but found no trace of them. Not so much as one of their arrows, whose feathering would have told us from what nation they came. That uncertainty of the bandits' identity will prevent Moctezuma from instantly declaring war upon the innocent Teotihuacana." I nodded and said, "I will tell it exactly so. It is a good story, Quelunqui." He coughed and said, "Unfortunately, not good enough for you to tell, Meachley. Not to Motecuzuma's face. Even if he believed every word of it, he would not hold you blameless for the failure of that mission. He would either order you throttled by the flower garland, or, if he happened to be feeling kindly, he would give you another chance. Meaning you would be commanded to lead another train of colonists, and probably to the same unspeakable place." I shook my head. I could not and would not. "I know," said Angry at Everybody. "And besides, the truth is bound to leak out, soon or later. One of those Tecpaneca soldiers, when he gets home safe to Tlacopan, is sure to boast of his part in the massacre, how he raped and slew 6 children and a priest, or whatever. It would get back to Moctezuma. You would be caught in a lie, and you would certainly get the garret, if not worse. I think it better that you leave the lying to us old men, who are only hirelings, beneath Motecuzuma's notice, hence in less danger. I also think you might consider not returning to Tenochtitlan at all, not for some time, anyway, since your future there seems to offer only a choice of capital punishment or renewed banishment to Yanquitlan." I nodded again. "You are right. I have been mourning the dark days and roads behind me, not looking toward those ahead. It is an old saying, is it not, that we are born to suffer and endure, and a man must give thought to his enduring, must he not? Thank you, Quellenqui, good friend and wise adviser. I will meditate upon your counsel. When we came to Quannahuac, and that night took lodgings at an inn, I had a dining cloth set apart for me and Bayou and my 4 old comrades. When we had done eating, I took from my waistband my leather sack of gold dust and dropped it on the cloth, and said, "There is your pay for your services, my friends." "It is far too much," said Angry at Everybody. "For what you have done, it could not possibly be. I have this other purse of copper bits and cocoa beans, sufficient for what I will do now." "Do now?" echoed one of the old men. "Tonight I abdicate command, and these are my last instructions to you. Friend officers, you will proceed from here around the western border of the lakes, to deliver the Tecpaneca troops to Tlacopan. From there you will cross the causeway to Tenochtitlan, and escort the Lady Bayou to my house, before you report to the revered speaker. Tell him your nicely concocted story, but add that I have inflicted on myself a punishment for the failure of this expedition. Tell him that I have voluntarily gone into exile." "It will be done so, Commander Meachley," said Angry at Everybody, and the other 3 men murmured agreement. Only Bayou asked the question, "Where are you going, Za?" "In search of a legend," I said, and I told them the story that Nezehualpili had not long ago told to Motecuzoma in my hearing, and I concluded, "I will retrace that long march our forefathers made in the time when they still called themselves the Azteca. I will go northward, following their route as nearly as I can construe it, and as far as I can trace it, all the way to their homeland of Aztlan, if such a place still exists, or ever did. And if those wanderers truly did bury armories of weapons and stores at intervals, I will find them too, and map their locations. Such a map could be of great military value to Motecuzoma. Try to impress that upon him when you report to him, Quellenqui." I smiled ruefully. "He may welcome me with flowers instead of a flower garland when I return." "If you return," said Bayou. I could not smile at that. I said, "It seems my Tenali forces me always to return, but every time a little more alone." I paused, then said between my teeth, "Some day, somewhere, I will meet a god, and I will ask him, why do the gods never strike me down when I have done so much to deserve their anger? Why do they instead strike down every undeserving one who has ever stood close to me?" The 4 elderly men appeared slightly uneasy at having to hear my bitter lament, and they seemed relieved when Bayou said, "Old friends, would you be kind enough to take your leave, that Za and I may exchange a few private words?" They got up, making a cursory gesture of kissing the earth to us, and when they went off toward their quarters, I said brusquely, "If you are going to ask to accompany me, Bayou, do not ask." She did not. She was silent for a considerable time, her eyes downcast to her nervously twining fingers. Finally, she said, and her first words seemed totally irrelevant, "On my 7th birthday, I was named Waiting Moon. I used to wonder why. But then I knew, and I have known for years now. And I think Waiting Moon has waited long enough." She raised her beautiful eyes to mine, and somehow she had made them entreating instead of mocking for a change. And somehow she even managed a maidenly blush. "Let us now at last be married, Za." So that was it, I said to myself, remembering again how she had surreptitiously collected that mud I had made. Earlier, and for only a brief time, I had wondered if she fashioned an image of me in order to curse it with misfortune, and if that was what had deprived me of Nochipa. But that suspicion had been a fleeting one, shaming me even to think of it. I knew Bayou had loved my daughter dearly, and her weeping had demonstrated a sorrow as genuine as my tearless own. So I had forgotten the mud doll, until her own words revealed that she had made it, and why. Not to blight my life, but merely to weaken my will, so that I could not reject her pretendedly impulsive but transparently long-planned proposal. I did not immediately reply. I waited while she proffered her carefully marshaled arguments. She said first, "A moment ago, Za, you remarked that you are ever more and more alone. So am I, you know. We both are, now. We have no one left but each other." And she said, "It was acceptable that I should live with you while I was known to be the guardian and companion of your motherless daughter. But now that now that I am no longer the resident aunt, it would be unseemly for an unmarried man and woman to share the same house." And she said, with another blush, "I know there could never be a replacement for our beloved Nochipa. But there could be. I am not too old." And there she let her voice fade away, in a very good simulation of modesty and inability to say more. I waited, and held her eyes, until her blushing face glowed like copper being heated. And then I said, "You need not have troubled with conjuration and cajolery, Bayou. I intended to ask you the same thing this very night. Since you seem agreeable, we will be married tomorrow, as early as I can awaken a priest." "What?" she said faintly. "As you remind me, I am now most utterly alone. I am also a man of estimable estate, and if I die without an heir, my property is forfeit to the nation's treasury. I should prefer that it not go to Motekuzoma. So tomorrow the priest will draw a document affirming your inheritance as well as the paper attesting our marriage. Bayou slowly got to her feet and looked down at me, and she stammered, "That is not what... I never gave a thought to... Za, I was trying to say..." "And I have spoiled the performance," I said, smiling up at her. "All the blandishments and persuasions were unnecessary. But you need not count them wasted, Bayou. Tonight may have been good practice for some future use, when perhaps you are a wealthy but lonely widow." "Stop it, Za," she exclaimed. "You refuse to hear what I am earnestly trying to tell you. It is hard enough for me, because it is not a woman's place to say such things." "Please, Bayou, no more," I said, wincing. "We have lived too long together, too long accustomed to our mutual dislike. Saying sweet words at this late date would strain either of us, and probably astound all the gods. But at least, from tomorrow on, our detestation of each other can be formally consecrated and indistinguishable from that of most other married—" "You are cruel," she interrupted. "You are immune to any tender sentiment, and heedless of a hand reaching out to you." "I have too often felt the hard back of your tender hand, Bayou. And am I not about to feel it again? Are you not going to laugh now and tell me that your talk of marriage was just another derisive prank?" "No," she said. "I meant it seriously." "Did you?" "Yes," I said, and raised high my cup of octli. "May the gods take pity on us both." "An eloquent proposal," she said. "But I accept it, Za. I will marry you tomorrow." And she ran off for her room. I sat on, moodily sipping my octli and eyeing the inn's other patrons, most of them Pochteca on their way home to Tenochtitlan, celebrating their profitable journeys and safe return by getting eminently drunk, in which pursuit they were being encouraged by the hostel's numerous available women. The innkeeper, already aware that I had engaged a separate room for Bayou, and seeing her depart alone, came sidling to where I sat, and inquired, would the Lord Knight care for a sweet with which to conclude his meal, one of our charming matime? I grunted. Few of them look exceptionally charming. "Ah, but looks are not everything. My lord must know that, since his own beautiful companion seems cool toward him. Charm can reside in other attributes than face and figure. For example, regard that woman yonder." He pointed to what must surely have been the least appealing female in the establishment. Her features and her breasts sagged like moist clay. Her hair, from having been so often bleached and recolored, was like wire-grass dried to kinky hay. I grimaced, but the innkeeper laughed and said, I know. To contemplate that woman is to yearn for a boy instead. At a glance, you would take her for a grandmother, but I know for a fact that she is scarcely 30. And would you believe this, Lord Knight? Every man who has ever once tried Kwekwelyehua always demands her on his next visit here. Her every patron becomes a regular, and will accept no other matitel. I do not indulge myself, but I have it on good authority that she knows some extraordinary ways to delight a man. I raised my topaz and took another, more searching look at the draggle-haired, bleary-eyed Slaven. I would have wagered that she was a walking pustule of the Nanawa disease, and that the effeminate innkeeper knew it, and that he took malicious pleasure in trying to peddle her to the unsuspecting. In the dark, my lord, all women look alike, no? Well, boys do too, of course. So it is other considerations that matter, no? The highly accomplished Kwekwelyehua probably already has a waiting line for tonight, but an Eagle Knight can demand precedence over mere Pochteca. Shall I summon Kwekwelyehua for you, my lord? Kwekwelyehua, I repeated, as the name evoked a memory. I once knew a most beautiful girl named Kwekwelemikwi. Ticklish? Said the innkeeper, and giggled. From her name, she must have been a diverting consort too. But this one should be far more so. Kwekwelyehua, the tickler. Feeling rather sick at heart, I said, "Thank you for the recommendation, but no, thank you." I took a large drink of my Octley. That thin girl sitting quietly in the corner, what of her? Misty Rain? Said the innkeeper indifferently. They call her that because she weeps all the time she is, functioning. A newcomer, but competent enough, I am told. I said, "Send that one to my room, as soon as I am drunk enough to go there myself." At your command, Lord Eagle Knight. I am impartial in the matter of other people's preferences, but sometimes I am mildly curious. May I ask why my lord chooses Misty Rain? I said, simply because she does not remind me of any other woman I have known. The marriage ceremony was plain and simple and quiet, at least until its conclusion. My 4 old stalwarts stood as our witnesses. The innkeeper prepared tumultin for the ritual meal. Some of the inn's earlier rising patrons served as our wedding guests. Since Quanahuac is the chief community of the Tlahuica people, I had procured a priest of the Tlahuica's principal deity, the good god Quetzalcoatl. And the priest, observing that the couple standing before him were somewhat past the first greening of youth, tactfully omitted from his service the usual doleful warnings to the presumably innocent female, and the usual cautionary exhortations to the presumably lusting male. So his harangue was mercifully brief and bland. But even that perfunctory ritual elicited some emotion from Beuribe, or she pretended it did. She wept a few maidenly tears, and, through the tears, smiled tremulous smiles. I must admit that her performance enhanced her already striking beauty, which, as I have never denied, was equal to and almost indistinguishable from the sublime loveliness of her late sister. Bayeux was dressed most enticingly, and, when I looked at her without the clarification of my crystal, she appeared still as youthful as my forever 20-year-old Zianya. It was for that reason that I had made repeated use of the girl Misty Rain throughout the night. I would not risk Bayeux's making me want her, even physically, so I drained myself of any possibility of becoming aroused against my will. The priest finally swung his smoking censer of copali around us for the last time. Then he watched while we fed each other a bite of steaming tamale. Then he knotted the corner of my mantle to a corner of Waiting Moon's skirt hem. Then he wished us the best of fortune in our new life. "Thank you, Lord Priest," I said, handing him his fee. "Thank you especially for the good wishes." I undid the knot that tied me to Bayeux. I may need the gods' help where I am now going. I slung my traveling pack on my shoulder and told Bayeux goodbye. "Goodbye?" she repeated in a sort of squeak. "But, Za, this is our wedding day." I said, "I told you I would be leaving. My men will see you safely home." But I thought surely we would stay here at least another night. For the—" She glanced about at the watching and listening guests. She blushed hotly, and her voice rose. "Za, I am now your wife." I corrected her. "You are married to me, as you requested, and you will be my widow and my heiress. Zianya was my wife." "Zianya has been 10 years dead." "Her dying did not sever our bond. I can have no other wife." "Hypocrite!" she raged at me. "You have not been celibate for these 10 years. You have had other women. Why will you not have the one you just now wed? Why will you not have me?" Except for the innkeeper, who was smirking lewdly, most of the people in the room stood fidgeting and looking uncomfortable. So did even the priest, who nerved himself to say, "My lord, it is customary, after all, to seal the vows with an act of, well, to know each other intimately." I said, "Your concern does you credit, Lord Priest, but I already know this woman far too intimately." Bayeux gasped. "What a horrid lie to tell! We have never once, and we never will. Waiting Moon, I know you too well in other ways. I also know that the most vulnerable moment in a man's life occurs when he couples with a woman. I will not chance arriving at that moment to have you disdainfully reject me, or break into your mocking laughter, or diminish me by any other of the means you have been so long practicing and perfecting." She cried, "And what are you doing to me this moment?" "The very same," I agreed. "But this once, my dear, I have done it first." Now the day lightens, and I must be on my way. When I left, Bayou was dabbing at her eyes with the crumpled corner of her skirt that had been our marriage knot. It was not necessary for me to begin retracing my ancestors' long march from its terminus in Tenochtitlan, nor from any of the places they had earlier inhabited in the Lake District, since those sites could hold no undiscovered secrets of the Azteca. But, according to the old tales, one of the Aztecas' next earlier habitations, before they found the lake basin, had been somewhere to the north of the lakes, a place called Atlitlacan. So, from Quanahuac, I traveled northwest, then north, then northeast, circling around and staying well outside the domains of the Triple Alliance, until I was in the sparsely settled country beyond Oshitipan, the northernmost frontier town garrisoned by Mexica's soldiers. In that unfamiliar territory of infrequent small villages and infrequent travelers between them, I began inquiring the way to Atlitlacan. But the only replies I got were blank looks and indifferent shrugs, because I was laboring under two difficulties. One was that I had no idea what Atlitlacan was, or what it had been. It could have been an established community at the time the Azteca stayed there, but which had since ceased to exist. It could have been merely a hospitable place for camping, a grove or meadow, to which the Azteca had given that name only temporarily. My other difficulty was that I had entered the southern part of the Otomi country, or, to be accurate, the country to which the Otomi peoples had grudgingly removed when they were gradually ousted from the lakelands by the successively arriving waves of Colhua, Acolhua, Azteca, and other Nahuatl-speaking invaders. So, in that amorphous border country, I had a language problem. Some of the folk I accosted spoke a passable Nahuatl, or the Pore of their other neighbors to the west. But some spoke only Otomite, in which I was by no means fluent, and many spoke a bastard patchwork of the three languages. Although my persistent questioning of villagers and farmers and wayfarers enabled me eventually to acquire a working vocabulary of Otomite words, and to explain my quest, I still could find no native who could direct me to the lost Atlitlacan. I had to find it myself, and I did. Fortunately, the place name itself was a clue. Atlitlacan means where the water gushes, and I came one day to a neat and cleanly little village named Dentado de Hay, which in Otomite means approximately the same thing. The village was built where it was because a sweet-water spring bubbled from the rocks there, and it was the only spring within a considerably extensive arid area. It seemed a likely place for the Azteca to have stopped, since an old road came into the village from the north and proceeded southward from it in the general direction of Lake Sumpanco. The meager population of Dentado de Hay naturally regarded me askance, But one elderly widow was too poor to indulge too many misgivings, and she rented me a few days' lodging in the nearly empty food storage loft under the roof of her one-room mud hut. During those days I tried smilingly to ingratiate myself with the taciturn Otomi, and to coax them into conversation. Failing in that, I prowled the outskirts of the village in a widening spiral, seeking whatever supplies my forefathers might have secreted there, even though I suspected that any such random search would be futile. If the Azteca had hidden stores and arms along their line of march, they must have made sure the deposits could not be dug up by the local residents or any later passer-by. They must have marked the caches with some obscure sign recognizable only by themselves, and none of their Mexica descendants, including me, had any notion of what that sign might have been. But I cut a long, stout pole and sharpened the end of it, and with it I prodded deep into every feature of the local terrain that might conceivably not have been there since the world was first created. Suspiciously isolated hills of earth, oddly uncleaned thickets of scrub growth, the fallen-in remains of ancient buildings. I do not know whether my behavior moved the villagers to amusement, or to pity of the alien madman, or to simple curiosity, but at last they invited me to sit down and explain myself to their two most venerable elders. Those old men answered my questions in as few and simple words as possible. No, they said. They had never heard of any such place as Atlitilacan. But if the name meant the same as Dentado de Hay, then Dentado de Hay was doubtless the same place. Because, yes, according to their fathers' fathers' fathers, a long time ago, a rough, ragged, and verminous tribe of outlanders had settled at the spring, for some years of residence, before moving on again and disappearing to the southward. When I delicately inquired about possible diggings and deposits therein, the two aged men shook their heads. They said, "Enyahina," which means no, and they said a sentence that they had to repeat several times before I laboriously made sense of it. The Azteca were here, but they brought nothing with them, and they left nothing when they went. Within not many days, I had left the regions where the last vestiges of even mongrel Nahuatl or Pore were spoken, and was well into the territory inhabited solely by Otomi, speaking only Otomite. I did not travel an unswervingly fixed course, for that would have required me to climb trackless hills and scale formidable cliffs, and fight my way through many cactus thickets, which I was sure the migrant Azteca had not done. Instead, as they surely had done, I followed the roads, where there were any, and the more numerous, well-trodden footpaths. That made my journey a meandering one, but always I bore generally northward. I was still on the high plateau between the mighty mountain ranges invisibly far to the east and west, but as I progressed, the plateau perceptibly sloped downward before me. Each day I descended a little farther from the highlands of crisp, cool air, and those days of late springtime got warmer, sometimes uncomfortably warm. But the nights were gentle and balmy. That was a good thing, for there were no wayside inns in the Otomi country, and the villages or farmsteads where I could request lodging were often far between. So most nights I slept on the open ground, and even without my seeing crystal, I could make out the fixed star Tlakpak, hung high above the northern horizon, toward which I would plod again at dawn. The lack of inns and other eating places did not work much hardship on me. The paucity of people in that region made the wild creatures less timid than they were in more populous places. Rabbits and ground squirrels would sit up boldly from the grass to watch me pass. An occasional swift-runner bird would companionably pace at my very side, and at night an armadillo or a possum might even come to investigate my campfire. Although I carried no weapon but my maquahuitl, scarcely designed for hunting small game, I usually had to do no more than make a swipe with it to secure for myself a meal of fresh meat or fowl. For variety, or for side dishes, there was a plenty of growing things. The name of that northern nation, Otomi, is a shortened rendition of a much longer and less pronounceable term, meaning something like the men whose arrows bring down birds on the wing, though I think it must have been a very long time since hunting was their chief occupation. There are numerous tribes of the Otomi, but they all live by pastoral pursuits, farming tidy fields of maize, shitomaten, and other vegetables, or gathering fruit from trees and cactus, or collecting the sweet-water sap of the maguey plants. Their fields and orchards were so productive that they had a great surplus of fresh foods to send to Tlatelolco and other foreign markets, and we Mexica called their country Atoctli, the fertile land. However, as an indication of how lowly we regarded those people themselves, we ranked our Octli liquor according to 3 grades of quality, respectively called fine, ordinary, and Otomi. The Otomi villages all have nearly unpronounceable names, like the largest of them all, Int Tahi, the one your explorers of the northern regions now refer to as Zalala. And in none of those mumble-named communities did I find a hidden supply store or any other trace of the Aztecas ever having passed. In only an infrequent village could the aged local storyteller strain his memory backward to recall a tradition that, yes, untold sheaves of years ago, a vagrant train of footsore nomads had slouched through the neighborhood, or stopped to rest for a time. And every such elder told me, they brought nothing with them, and they left nothing when they went. It was discouraging. But then, I was a direct descendant of those vagabonds, and I likewise brought nothing. Just once during my journey through those Otomi lands, I may have left a little something. The Otomi men are short, squat, dumpy, and, like most farm folk, sullen and surly of disposition. The Otomi women are also small, but slim of body, and far more vivacious than their glum men. I will even say the women are pretty, from the knees upward, which I realize is a curious kind of compliment. What I mean is that they have fetching faces, nicely molded shoulders and arms and breasts and waists and hips and buttocks and thighs. But below the knees, their calves are disappointingly straight and skinny. They dwindle tapering down to their tiny feet, giving the women somewhat the look of tadpoles balancing on their tails. Another peculiarity of the Otomi is that they enhance their appearance, or so they believe, by the art they call inditare, which means coloring themselves with permanent colors. They dye their teeth black or red, or alternately black and red. They adorn their bodies with designs of a blue color, pricked into their skin with thorns so the designs remain forever. Some make only a small decoration on the forehead or on a cheek, but others continue doing the inditare, as frequently as they can stand the pain of it, over the skin of their entire body. They appear always to be standing behind the web of some extraordinary spider that spins blue. The Otomi men, as far as I am concerned, are neither improved nor impaired by their adornment. For a while, I did think it a shame that so many otherwise handsome women should obscure their beauty behind those webs and whorls and patterns they could never remove. However, as I became more accustomed to seeing the inditare, I must confess that I began to regard it as a subtle beguilement. The very veiling made the females seem in a measure unapproachable, and therefore challenging, and therefore tantalizing. At the farthest northern extent of the Otomi lands was a riverside village called Umboshte, and one of the villagers was a young woman named Rizuno Hodonwe, which means flower of the moon. And flowery she was, every visible part of her blossoming with blue-drawn petals and leaves and fronds. Behind that artificial garden, she was fair of face and figure, excepting, of course, those disappointing calves. At first sight of her, I felt an urge to part her clothes and see how much of her was flower-petaled, then to make my way through the petals to the woman underneath. Flower of the Moon was attracted to me, too, and I suspect in much the same way, an urge to enjoy an oddity, since my height and breadth, oversized even among the Mexica, made me rather a giant among the Otomi. She conveyed to me that she was at the time unattached to any other male. She had been recently widowed, when her husband died in the Ardente Shumboy, the river slate, which trickled past the village. Since that water was only about a handspan deep, and almost narrow enough for me to jump across, I suggested that her husband must have been a very small man to have drowned in it. She laughed at that, and made me understand that he had fallen and cracked his skull on the river's slate bed. So the one night which I spent in Umboshte, I spent with Flower of the Moon. I cannot speak of other Otomi females, but that one was decorated on every exposable surface of her skin, everywhere but on her lips, her eyelids, her fingertips, and the nipples of her breasts. I remember thinking that she must have suffered excruciatingly when the local artist pricked the flower designs right to the margins of her tender tipili membranes. for in the course of that night I got to see every blossom she wore. The act of copulation is called in Otomite agui indigue, and it began, or at least Flower of the Moon preferred that I begin, by examining and tracing and fondling and, well, tasting every last petal of every single flower of her whole body's garden. I felt rather like a deer browsing through a sweet and abundant meadow, and I decided that deer must be happy animals indeed. When I prepared to depart in the morning, Flower of the Moon gave me to understand that she hoped I had made her pregnant, which her late husband had never done. I smiled, thinking she paid me a compliment. But then she conveyed her reason for hoping to bear my son or daughter. I was a big man, so the child should also grow to goodly size, so it would have an exceptional expanse of skin to be embellished with a prodigious number of inditare drawings, so it would be a rarity that would make Embuste the envy of every other Otomi community. I sighed, and went on my way. As long as my course lay beside the waters of the Urdonte Shumboi, the land about was green with grass and leaves, dotted with the red and yellow and blue of many blossoms. However, 3 or 4 days later, the river slate bent westward, away from my northern course, and took all the cool and colorful verdure with it. Ahead of me were still some gray-green mezquitin trees and silver-green clumps of yucca, and a heavy undergrowth of various dusty green bushes. But I knew that the trees and shrubs would gradually thin out and move farther apart as I moved on, until they would give way to the open and sun-baked and almost barren desert. For a moment I paused, tempted to turn with the river and stay in the temperate Otomi country. But I had no excuse for doing so. The only reason for my journey was to backtrack the Azteca, and, as well as I knew, they had come from somewhere yonder, from that desert, or beyond, if there was anything beyond. So I filled my water bag from the river, and I inhaled a last deep breath of the river-cooled air, and I walked on northward. I turned my back on the living lands. I walked into the empty lands, into the burned lands, into the dead-bone lands. The desert is a wilderness which the gods torment, when they are not ignoring it utterly. The earth goddess Kotlikyu and her family do nothing to add interest to the monotonous and almost uniformly level terrain of gray-yellow sand, gray-brown gravel, and gray-black boulders. Kotlikyu does not deign to disturb that land with earthquakes. Chantiko does not spurt volcanoes through it, nor Temeskaltoki spit any spouts of hot water and steam. The mountain god Tepeyalotl stays aloofly far away. I could, with the aid of my topaz, just make out the low profiles of mountains far to east and west, jagged mountains colored the gray-white of granite. But they remained always infinitely distant. They never came nearer to me, nor I to them. Each morning, the sun god Tenatiyu sprang angrily from his bed, without his accustomed dawn ceremony of selecting his bright spears and arrows for the day. Each evening he plummeted into bed without donning his lustrous feather mantle or spreading wide his colorful flower quilts. In between the abrupt lifting and dropping of the night's blessedly cool darkness, Tonatiuh was merely a brighter yellow-white spot in the yellow-white sky, sultry, sullen, sucking all the breath from that land, burning his way across the parched sky as slowly and laboriously as I crept across the parched sands below. The rain god Tlaloc paid even less attention to the desert, though it was by then the season of rains. His casks of clouds often piled up, but only over the granite mountains far away to east and west. The clouds would belly and billow and tower high over the horizon, then darken with storm, and the Tlaloque spirits would flail their blazing forked sticks, making a drumming that came to me as a faint mutter. But the sky above me and ahead of me remained forever that unrelieved yellow-white. Neither the clouds nor the Tlaloque ventured into the oven heat of the desert. They let their rain spill only as distant gray-blue veils onto those distant gray-white mountains. And the goddess of running water, Chalchihuitlique, was nowhere in evidence. Never. The wind god Ehecatl blew now and then, but his lips were as parched as the desert earth, his breath as hot and dry, and he seldom made a sound, since he had practically nothing to blow against. Sometimes, though, he blew so hard that he whistled. Then the sand stirred and lifted and drove across the land in clouds as abrasive as the obsidian dust that sculptors use to wear away solid rock. The gods of living creatures have little to do in that hot, harsh, arid land, least of all Mishcoatl, the god of hunters. Of course, I saw or heard the occasional coyote, because that beast seems able to forage a living anywhere. And there were some rabbits, probably put there only for the coyotes to live on. There were wrens, and owls not much bigger than the wrens, living in holes gouged in the cactuses, and always a scavenger vulture or two soaring in circles high above me. But every other desert inhabitant seemed to be of the vermin variety, living underground or under rocks, the venomous rattle-tailed snakes, lizards like whips, other lizards all warts and horns, scorpions almost as long as my hand. The desert likewise contains little to have interested our gods of growing things. I grant that even there, in the autumn, the Nepali cactus puts forth its sweet red tonaltin fruits, and the gigantic queenametal cactus offers sweet purplish pitaya fruits at the end of its uplifted arms. But most of the desert cactuses grow only spikes and spines and hooks and barbs. Of trees, there is only an occasional gnarled misquil, and the yucca of spear-like leaves, and the quamatlotl, which is curiously colored a light, bright green in its every part, leaves, twigs, branches, and even its trunk. The smaller shrubs include the useful chiactic, whose sap is so like an oil that it makes an easily lighted campfire. and the Quashe Leloni, whose wood is harder than copper, almost impossible to cut, so heavy that it would sink in water, if there were any water about. Only one kindly goddess dares to stroll through that forbidding desert, to reach among the fanes and talons of those touch-me-not plants, to sweeten their ill nature with her caress. That is Xochiquetzal, goddess of love and flowers, the goddess best loved by my long-gone sister Tzitzilini. Each spring, for a little while, the goddess beautifies every meanest shrub and cactus. During the rest of the year, it might seem to an ordinary traveler that Xochiquetzal has abandoned the desert to unenlivened ugliness. But I still, as I had done in my short-sighted childhood, looked closely at things that would not catch the eye of people with normal vision. And I found flowers in the desert in every season, on the long, thready vines that crept along the surface of the ground. They were miniature flowers, almost invisible unless they were sought. But they were flowers, and I knew that Xochiquetzal was there. Though a goddess may frequent the desert with ease and impunity, it is no comfortable environment for a human being. Everything that makes human life livable is either scarce or absent. A man trying to cross the desert, ignorant of its nature and unprepared for it, would soon come to his death, and not a quick or an easy one. But I, though I was making my first venture into that wasteland, I was not entirely ignorant or unprepared. During my school days, when we boys were taught to soldier, the Quachik blood glutton had insisted on including some instruction in how to survive in the desert. For example, I never lacked for water, thanks to his teachings. The most convenient source is the comital cactus, which is why it is called the comital, or jar. I would select a sizable one and lay a ring of twigs around it, and set them afire, and wait until the heat drove the comital's moisture toward its interior. I then had only to slice off the top of the cactus, mash its inner pulp, and squeeze the water from that into my leather bag. Also, each night, I cut down one of the tall, straight-trunked cactuses and laid it with its ends propped on rocks so that it sagged in the middle. By the morning, all its moisture would have collected in that middle, where I had only to cut out a plug and let the water trickle into my bag. I seldom had any meat to cook over my evening campfire, except an occasional lizard, sufficient for about 2 mouthfuls, and once a rabbit which had still been kicking when I drove off the vulture tearing at it. But meat is not indispensable to the sustenance of life. Throughout the year, the mesquite tree is festooned with seed pods, new green ones as well as the withered brown ones left from the year before. The green pods can be cooked to tenderness in hot water and then mashed into an edible pulp. The dry seeds inside the old pods can be crushed between 2 rocks to the consistency of meal. That coarse powder can be carried like pinoli, and, when no fresher food is available, mixed with water and boiled. Well, I survived, and I traveled in that dreadful desert for a whole year. but I need describe it no more, since every one long run was indistinguishable from every other. I will only add, in case you reverend friars cannot yet envision its vastness and emptiness, that I had been trudging through it for at least a month before I encountered another human being. From a distance, because it was dust-colored like the desert, I took it to be just a strangely shaped hummock of sand, but as I got closer, I saw it was a seated human figure. Rather joyfully, since I had been so long alone, I gave a hail, but I heard no reply. As I continued to approach, I called again, and still I got no answer, though by then I was close enough to see that the stranger's mouth was open wide enough to be screaming. Then I stood over the figure, a naked woman sitting on the sand and wearing a light powdering of it. If she had once been screaming, she was no more, for she was dead, with eyes and mouth wide. She sat with her legs out before her and parted, with her hands pressed flat on the ground, as if she had died while trying strenuously to push herself erect. I touched her dusty shoulder. The flesh was yielding and not yet chill. She had not been dead for long. She stank of being unwashed, as no doubt I did too, and her long hair was so full of sand fleas that it might have writhed had it not been so matted. Nevertheless, given a good bath, she would have been handsome of face and figure, and she was younger than I was, with no marks of disease or injury. So I was puzzled as to the cause of her death. During the past month, I had got into the habit of talking to myself, for lack of anyone else. So then I said to myself, forlornly, "This desert is surely abandoned by the gods, or I am. I have the good fortune to meet what is perhaps the only other person in all this wasteland, and by good fortune it is a woman, who would have been ideal for a traveling companion. But by ill fortune she is a corpse. Had I come a day earlier, she might have been pleased to share my journey and my blanket and my attentions. Since she is dead, the only attention I can pay is to bury her before the vultures come flocking." I shed my pack and my water bag and began to scrape with my maquahuitl in the sand nearby. But I seemed to feel her eyes reproachfully on me, so I decided she might as well lie down restfully while I dug the grave. I dropped my blade and took the woman by her shoulders to ease her onto her back. And I got a surprise. She resisted my hand's pressure. She insisted on remaining in a sitting position, as if she had been a stuffed doll sewn to stay bent in the middle. I could not understand the body's reluctance. Its muscles had not yet been stiffened, as I proved by lifting one of her arms and finding it quite limber. I tried again to move her, and her head lolled onto her shoulder, but her torso would not be budged. A mad thought came into my mind. Did desert people, when they died, perhaps grow roots that fixed them in place? Did they perhaps gradually turn into those giant, but often very human-shaped, quinamatin cactuses? I stepped back to consider the incomprehensibly stubborn cadaver, and was surprised again when I felt a sharp stab between my shoulder blades. I whirled around to find myself in a half-circle of arrows, all pointed at me. Each was poised on the taut string of a bow, and every bow was held by an angrily frowning man, and every man was clad in nothing but a greasy loincloth of ragged leather, a crust of body dirt, and some feathers in his lank hair. There were 9 of the men. Admittedly, I had been preoccupied with my peculiar find, and they had taken pains to come noiselessly. But I should have smelled them long before they were upon me, for their stink was that of the dead woman multiplied by 9. "The Chichimeca," I said to myself, or perhaps I said it aloud. I did say to them, "I just now happened upon this unfortunate woman. I was trying to be of help." Since I blurted that out in a hurry, hoping it would hold back their arrows, I spoke in my native tongue of Nahuatl, but I accompanied the words with gestures intended to be understandable even by savages. And even in that tense moment, I was thinking that if I lived long enough to say anything else, I should have the task of learning yet another foreign language. But, to my surprise, one of the men, the one who had jabbed me with his arrow point, a man about my own age and nearly of my height, said in easily understandable Nahuatl, "The woman is my wife." I cleared my throat and said condolingly, as one does when imparting bad news, "I regret to say she was your wife. She appears to have died a short while ago." The Chichimecatl's arrow, all 9 arrows, stayed aimed at my middle. I hastened to add, "I did not cause her death. I found her thus, and I had no thought of molesting her, even if I had found her alive." The man laughed harshly, without humor. "In fact," I went on, "I was about to do her the favor of burying her before the scavengers should get at her." I indicated the place where my maquahuitl lay. The man looked at the furrow I had begun, then up at a vulture already hovering overhead, then at me again, and his stern face softened somewhat. He said, "That was kindly of you, stranger," and he lowered his arrow and relaxed the bowstring. The other 8 Chichimeca did likewise, and tucked their arrows into their tangled hair. One of the men went to pick up my maquahuitl and examine it appraisingly. Another began to poke through the contents of my pack. Maybe I was about to be robbed of what little I carried, but at least it seemed that I would not immediately be killed as a trespasser. To maintain the mood of amiability, I said to the just widowed husband, "I sympathize in your bereavement. Your wife was young and comely. Of what did she die?" "Of being a bad wife," he said glumly. Then he said, "She was bitten by a rattle-tailed snake." I could make no connection between his 2 statements. I could only say, "Strange. She does not at all appear to have been ill." "No, she recovered from the venom," he growled, "but not before she had made her confession to Filth Eater, and with me at her side. The only bad deed she confessed to Tlazolteotl was her having lain with a man of another tribe. Then she had the misfortune not to die of the snake bite." He shook his head somberly. So did I. He continued, "We waited for her to recover her health, for it would be unseemly to execute an ailing woman. When she was well and strong again, we brought her here, this morning, to die." I gazed at the remains, wondering what mode of execution could have left the victim without any mark but staring eyes and silently screaming mouth. "Now we come to remove her," the widower concluded. "A good place of execution is not easy to find in the desert, so we do not desecrate this one by leaving our carrion to attract the vultures and coyotes. It was thoughtful of you, stranger, to have appreciated that fact." He laid a hand companionably on my shoulder. "But we will attend to the disposal, and then perhaps you will share our night's meal at our camp." "Gladly," I said, and my empty stomach rumbled. But what happened next nearly spoiled my appetite. The man went to where his wife sat, and he moved her in a way that had not occurred to me. I had tried laying her down. He gripped her under her armpits and lifted. Even so, she still moved reluctantly, and he visibly had to exert some strength. There was a horrid sucking and tearing sound, rather as if the dead woman's bottom had put down roots in the earth. Then she came up off the stake on which she had been impaled. I knew then why the man had said that a good place of execution was not easy to find. It had to provide a tree of just the right size, one growing straight from the ground without obstructive roots. That stake had been a mesquite sapling as big around as my forearm, severed at knee height, then sharpened to a point at the top, but the coarse bark left on the rest of it. I wondered whether the betrayed husband had set his wife delicately on the stake point and only slowly let her down its cruelly barked length, or whether he had given her a slightly more merciful, quick downward shove. I wondered, but I did not inquire. When the 9 men led me to their camp, they made me welcome there, and they treated me courteously as long as I stayed with them. They had thoroughly inspected the belongings I carried, but they stole nothing, not even my small store of copper trade currency. However, I think I might have been treated otherwise if I had been carrying anything of value, or leading a train of laden porters. Those men were, after all, the Chichimeca. The name was always spoken among us Mexica with contempt or derision or loathing, as you Spaniards speak of barbarians and savages. We derived the name from Chichine, one of our words meaning dog. When we said Chichimeca, we generally referred to those dog people among whom I had then arrived, the homeless, unwashed, forever wandering tribes of the desert not far north of the Atomi lands, which is why, some 10 years earlier, I had been so indignant when the fast of feet Raramuri mistook me for a Chichimecatl. Those of the near north were sufficiently despised by Osmeshika, but it was widely believed that there were others of even lower degree. Farther north of the Dog people supposedly lived still fiercer desert tribes, which we designated the Tio Chichimeca, as one might say, the even more awful Dog people. And in the desert's farthest northernmost regions supposedly lived even more fearsome tribes, which we called the Zaka Chichimeca, much as to say, the most depraved of all the Dog people. But I must report, after having traveled through almost the whole extent of those desert lands, that I found none of those tribes inferior or superior to another. They were all ignorant, insensitive, and often inhumanly cruel. But it was that cruel desert which had made them so. They all lived in a squalor that would disgust a civilized man or a Christian, and they lived on foods that would nauseate a city man's stomach. They had no houses or trades or arts, because they had to keep ceaselessly roaming to forage for the scant sustenance they could wring from the desert. Though the Chichimeca tribes among which I sojourned all spoke a coherent Nahuatl, or some dialect of it, they had no word-knowing or other education, and some of their habits and customs were veritably repulsive. But, while they would have horrified any civilized community that they might ever try to visit, I have to say that the Chichimeca had admirably adapted themselves to life in the pitiless desert, and I know few civilized men who could have done the same. That first camp I visited, the only home its people knew, was just one more piece of the desert, on which they had elected to squat because they knew there was a seepage of underground water accessible by digging some way down in that particular patch of sand. The camp's only home-like aspect was the cooking fires of the tribe's 16 or 18 families. Except for the rudimentary cooking pots and utensils, there was no furniture. Near each fire was stacked each family's armory of hunting weapons and tools, a bow and some arrows, a javelin and its atlatl, a skinning knife, a meat-cutting axe, and the like. Only a few of those things were tipped or bladed with obsidian, that rock being a rare commodity in those regions. The majority of weapons were made of the copper-hard Quashe-Laloni wood, cunningly shaped and sharpened by fire. Of course, there were no solid-built houses, and only 2 temporary ones, crude little huts constructed by leaning deadwood sticks haphazardly together. In each hut, I was told, lay a pregnant woman awaiting childbirth, for which reason that camp was more permanent than most, meaning it might exist for several days instead of being merely the usual overnight stop for sleep. The rest of the tribe scorned any shelter. Men, women, and the smallest infant children slept on the ground, as I had lately been doing. But instead of a ground-softening blanket, like mine of felted rabbit hair, they used only old and dirty and tattered deerskins. Equally bedraggled animal skins also composed what sketchy clothing they wore. Loincloths for the men, sleeveless, shapeless, knee-length blouses for the women, nothing at all for the children, even those almost full-grown. But the vilest thing about the camp was its odor, which even the surrounding vastness of open air failed to dispel. And the odor was that of the dog people, every one of them far dirtier than any dog. It might be doubted that a person could get soiled in the desert, for sand is as clean as snow. But those people were mainly befouled with their own dirt, their own secretions, their own negligence. They let their sweat cake on their bodies, so it encrusted the other oils and scurfs that the body normally sheds in unnoticeable flakes. Every wrinkle and fold of their bodies was a tracery of dark grime. Knuckles, wrists, throats, inner elbows, backs of knees. Their hair flapped in mats, not strands, and lice and fleas crawled among that greasy matting. Their skin garments, as well as their own skins, were permeated with the additional odors of wood smoke, dried blood, and rancid animal fats. The total stench was staggering, and, although I eventually ceased to notice it, I long thought the Chichimeca the filthiest people I had ever encountered, and the people most uncaring about their filthiness. They all had extremely simple names, such as Zoquitl and Nacatl and Chachapa, which mean mud and meat and cloudburst. Names rather pitiably unsuited to their blighted and starved habitat. But then, maybe they chose such names in a spirit of wishfulness. Meat was the name of the newly made widower who had invited me to visit the camp. He and I sat down at the cooking fire, built by a number of other unattached males, apart from the fires of the family groups. Meat and his fellows already knew that I was a Mexicatl, but I was uncomfortably uncertain how to refer to their nationality. So, while one of the men used a yucca leaf ladle to serve each of us some unidentifiable stew on a curved segment of maguey leaf, I said, "As you probably know, Meat, we Mexica are accustomed to speak of all desert inhabitants as the Chichimeca. But no doubt you have another name for yourselves." He indicated the scattering of campfires and said, "We here are the Tequeshe tribe. There are many others in the desert. Pame, Janambre, Hualahuise, many others. But yes, we are all Chichimeca, since we are all red-skinned people." I privately thought that he and his tribesmen were more the gray color of crime. Meat swallowed a mouthful of stew and added, "You too are a Chichimecatl, no different from us." I had resented the Raramuris calling me that. It was even more outrageous that a desert savage himself should claim kinship with a civilized Mexicatl. But he said it so casually that I realized he meant no presumption. It was true that, underneath their dirt, Meat and the other Tequeshe were of a coppery complexion similar to my own, and that of every other person I knew. Tribes and individuals of our race might vary, from palest red gold to the ruddy brown of cocoa, but generally speaking, red-skinned was the most inclusive description. And so I understood. Those scruffy, half-naked, ignorant nomads obviously believed that the name Chichimeca derived not from the Chichime, dog, but from the word Chichiltic, meaning red. To anyone who chose to believe that, Chichimeca was no contemptuous name. It described every human being in every desert, every jungle, every civilized city of the one world. I went on feeding my grateful belly. The stew was gritty with sand, but tasty nonetheless. And I meditated on the ties between diverse peoples. Clearly, the Chichimeca must once have had some improving contact with civilization. Meat had mentioned his wife's imprudent sickbed confession to Tlazolteotl, so I already knew of the Chichimeca's acquaintance with that goddess. I later learned that they worshipped most of our other gods as well. But, in their isolation and ignorance, they had invented a new one just for themselves. They held the laughable belief that the stars are butterflies made of obsidian, and that the stars' twinkling light is only a reflection of moonlight from those fluttering wings of shiny stone. So they had conceived a goddess, Itzpapalotl, obsidian butterfly, whom they regarded as the highest of all gods. Well, in the desert night, the stars are spectacularly bright, and they do seem to hover, like butterflies, just beyond one's reach. But even if the Chichimeca have some things in common with more civilized peoples, and even if they interpret the very name Chichimeca to imply that all red-skinned peoples are somehow distantly related, they have no compunction about living at the expense of those relatives, distant or near. On that first night I dined with the Tequeshe tribe. The mealtime stew contained bits of tender white meat flaking off delicate bones, which I could not recognize as being the bones of lizards or rabbits or any other creatures I had seen in the desert. So I inquired, "Meat, what is this meat we are eating?" He grunted, "Baby." "Baby what?" He said again, "Baby," and shrugged. "Food for the hard times." He saw that I still did not comprehend, so he explained. "We sometimes leave the desert to pillage an Atomi village, and we take, among other things, their infant children. Or we may fight with another Chichimeca tribe in the open desert. When the defeated tribe withdraws, it must leave those of its children too small to run. Since such tiny captives would be of no other use to their captors, they are gutted and cured in the sun, or smoked over a mesquite fire, so they last a long time without spoiling. They weigh little, so each of our women can easily carry 3 or 4 of them dangling from a cord around her waist. They are carried to be cooked and eaten when, as happened today, Obsidian Butterfly neglects to send game for our arrows. I can see from your faces, reverend scribes, that you deem that practice reprehensible. But I must confess that I learned to eat almost anything edible, with as much satisfaction and as little repugnance as any Chichimecatl. For during that desert journey, I knew no laws more peremptory than those of hunger and thirst. Nevertheless, I did not totally discard the manners and discriminations of civilization. There were other dietary eccentricities of the Chichimeca in which not even the direst deprivations could make me participate. I accompanied Meat and his fellows as long as their wanderings tended more or less northward, in the way I was going. Then, when the Tequeshe decided to veer off to the east, Meat kindly escorted me to the camp of another tribe, the Zacateca, and introduced me to a friend there with whom he had often done battle, a man named Greenery. So I went along with the Zacateca as long as they drifted northward, and when our paths diverged, Greenery in turn introduced me to another friend, by the name of Banquet, of the Hua tribe. Thus I was handed on from one band of Chichimeca to another, to the Toboso, the Iritila, the Mapimi, and thus it was that I lived in the desert through all the seasons of an entire year, and thus it was that I observed some really disgusting customs of the Chichimeca. In the late summer and early autumn of the year, the various desert cactuses put out their fruit. I have mentioned the towering quinametal cactus, which resembles an immense green man with many uplifted arms. It bears the fruit called the pitaya, which is admittedly tasty and nourishing, but I think it is most prized because it is so difficult of acquisition. Since no man can climb a spine-clothed quinametal, the fruit can be coaxed loose only with the aid of lawn poles or thrown rocks. Anyway, the pitaya is a favorite delicacy of the desert dwellers, such a luxury that they eat each fruit twice. A Chichimecadal man or woman will gobble one of the purplish globes entire, pulp and juice and black seeds together, and then wait for what those people call the Inik Ome Pishkiro, or second harvest. That means only that the eaters digest the fruit and excrete the residue, among which are the undigested pitaya seeds. As soon as a person has voided his bowels, he examines his excrement. He fingers through it and picks out those nut-like seeds, and then eats them again, voluptuously crunching and chewing them to extract their full flavor and measure of nourishment. If a man or woman finds a trace of other excrement anywhere in the desert in that season, whether it be the droppings of an animal or vulture or another human, he or she will leap to examine it and paw through it, in hope of finding overlooked pitaya seeds to appropriate and eat. There is another practice of those people which I found even more repellent. But to describe it, I must explain something. When I had been traveling in the desert for almost a year, and the springtime came, I was at that time in the company of the Iritila tribe. I saw that Tlaloc does condescend to spill some of his rain upon the desert. For about a month of 20 days he rains. On some of those days he storms so liberally that the desert's long-dry gullies become raging, frothing torrents. But Tlaloc's dispensation continues for no longer than that 1 month, and the water soon is sucked into the sands. So it is only during those 20 or so days of rain that the desert becomes briefly colorful, with flowers on the cactuses and the otherwise sere scrub bushes. At that time, too, in places where the ground stays soggy long enough, the desert sprouts a growth I had not seen before, a mushroom called the Chichinanacatl. It consists of a skinny stem topped by a blood-red cap, which is disfigured by white warts. The Iratila women eagerly gathered those mushrooms, but they never served any of them in the meals they prepared, and I thought that odd. During that same short, moist springtime, the chief of the Iratila ceased to urinate on the ground like other men. During that time, one of his wives carried always and everywhere a special clay bowl. Whenever the chief felt the urge to relieve himself, she held the bowl and he urinated into it. And there was one other odd circumstance during that season. Each day, various of the Iratila males would be too drunk to go out hunting or foraging, and I could not imagine how they could have found or concocted a drunk-making drink. It was a while before I discerned the connection among those various odd things and events. There was really no great mystery. The mushrooms were reserved to be eaten only by the chief of the tribe. The eating of them gives the eater a sort of combined drunkenness and delicious hallucination, rather like the effect of chewing peyote. And the inebriating effect of the Chichinanacatl is only a little diminished by its being eaten and digested. Whatever magical substance it contains goes right through the human body and out by way of the bladder. While the chief was in a constant state of happy stupefaction, he was also frequently urinating into his bowl, and his urine was almost as potent and intoxicant as the original mushrooms. The first full bowl was passed among his wise men and sorcerers. Each of them swigged greedily from it, and soon was staggering about or lying sodden in bliss. The next full bowl went to the chief's closest friends, the next to the tribe's more stalwart warriors, and so on. Before many days had passed, the bowl was circulating among the tribe's lesser men and oldsters, and finally even among the females. Eventually, all the Iratila enjoyed at least one brief respite from the lackluster existence they endured during the rest of the year. The bowl was even hospitably proffered to the stranger among them, but I respectfully declined the treat, and no one seemed insulted or sorry that I did not take a portion of the precious urine. Despite the Chichimeca's numerous and flagrant depravities, I ought in fairness to say that those desert people are not entirely degraded and detestable. For one thing, I gradually realized that they are not unclean of body and verminous and smelly because they want to be. During 17 months of the year, every drop of water that can be run from the desert, if it is not immediately and avidly lapped up by a thirsty tongue, must be hoarded against the day when there is not even a meagerly moist cactus within reach, and there are many such days. During 17 months of the year, water is for the inside of the body, not the outside. The short and fleeting season of early spring is the only time when the desert provides water to spare for the luxury of bathing. Like me, Every member of the Iritila tribe took advantage of that opportunity to bathe as thoroughly and as often as possible. And, disencumbered of filth, a Chichimecal looks as human as any civilized person. I remember one lovely sight I saw. It was late one afternoon, and I had wandered idly some distance from the place where the Iritila had just made camp for the night, and I came upon a young woman taking what was obviously her first bath of the year. She stood in the middle of a small and shallow rain pool caught in a rock basin, and she was alone, no doubt wanting to enjoy the pure water before others also found it and came jostling to share and dirty it. I did not make my presence known, but watched through my seeing crystal, while she lathered herself with the soap-like root of an amole plant, and then rinsed repeatedly, but slowly, leisurely, savoring the unaccustomed pleasure of the occasion. Tlaloc was preparing a storm in the east, behind her, erecting a wall of clouds as dark as a wall of slate. At first, the girl was almost indistinguishable against it. She was so discolored by her year's accumulation of dirt. But as she lathered and rinsed away layer after layer, her normal skin color came clearer and clearer. Tonatiuh was setting in the west, and his beams accentuated the copper gold of her. In that vast landscape, stretching flat and empty all the way to the dark cloud wall at the horizon, the young woman was the only bright thing. The curves of her naked body were outlined by their gleam of wetness. Her clean hair glistened. The water she splashed upon herself broke into drops that glittered like jewels. Against the menacing storm sky behind her, she shone in the last sunlight as prettily as a small piece of glowing amber laid on a great dull slab of slate. It had been a long time since I had lain with a woman, and that one, clean and comely, was a powerful temptation. But I remembered another woman, impaled on a stake, and I did not go near the pool until the girl finally, reluctantly left it. During all my wanderings with the various Chichimeca tribes, I took care not to trifle with their women, or to disobey any of their few laws, or to offend them in any other manner. So I was treated by every tribe as a fellow wanderer and an equal. I was never robbed or mistreated. I was given my share of whatever pitiful fare and comfort they themselves could wrest from the desert, except for the occasional treats I declined, like the bliss-giving urine. The only favor I asked of any of them was information, what they might know of the long-ago Azteca and their long-ago journey, and the rumor that they had buried stores of supplies along their route. I was told by meat of the Tequeshe, and by greenery of the Zacateca, and by banquet of the Hua. Yes, it is known that such a tribe once came through some of these lands. We know nothing else of them except that, like us, like all Chichimeca, they carried little with them, and they left nothing of it behind. It was the same discouraging reply I had kept hearing from the very beginning of my quest, and I continued to hear that same discouraging reply when I put my query to the Toboso, to the Iritila, and to every other tribe with which I traveled for even the briefest time or the shortest distance. Not until my second summer in that accursed desert, by which time I was unutterably sick of it, and of my Aztec ancestors as well, did my question elicit a slightly different response. I had attached myself to the tribe called Mapimi, and its habitat was the hottest, driest, most dismal desert region of all those I had yet crossed. It was so incalculably far north of the living lands that I would have sworn there could be no more desert beyond. But indeed there was, said the Mapimi, illimitable expanses of it, and even more terrible terrain than any I had seen. That information was naturally distressing to my ears, and so were the opening words of the man to whom I wearily put my stale old question about the Azteca. Yes, Meachly, he said, there was once such a tribe, and they made such a journey as you describe. But they brought nothing with them. And, I finished for him, my voice bitter, they left nothing when they were gone. Except us, he said. It took a moment for those words to penetrate my dejectedness, but then I gaped at him, struck dumb. He smiled a toothless smile. He was Quetzalcoatl, chief of the Mapimi, a very old man, shrunken and shriveled dry by the sun, and he was even more incongruously named than most other Chichimeca, since Quetzalcoatl means juice. He said, "You spoke of the Azteca's journey from some unknown homeland called Aztlan, and you spoke of their ultimate destination, the great city they founded far to the south of here. We Mapimi and other Chichimeca, during all the sheaves of years we have inhabited these deserts, we have heard rumors of that city and its grandeur, but none of us has ever approached anywhere near enough to glimpse it. So think, Meachly, does it not strike you as remarkable that we barbarians, so distant from your Tenochtitlan and so ignorant of it, should nevertheless speak the same Nahuatl you speak there?" I considered and said, "Yes, Chief Juice." I was surprised and pleased to find that I could converse with so many different tribes, but I did not pause to wonder why that should be possible. "Have you a theory to account for it?" "More than a theory," he said, with some pride. "I am an old man, and I come from a long line of fathers, all of whom lived to a great age. But I and they were not always old, and in our youth we were inquisitive. Each asked questions and remembered the answers. So each learned and repeated to his sons what knowledge had been preserved of our people's origins. I should be grateful for a sharing of your knowledge, venerable chief." "Know then," said old Juice, "the legends tell that 7 different tribes, among them your Azteca, departed long ago from that Aztlan, the place of snowy egrets, in search of a more pleasant place to live. The tribes were all related. They spoke the same language and recognized the same gods and observed the same customs. And for a long while that mixed company traveled amicably. But, as you might expect, Among so many persons on such a long journey, there arose frictions and dissensions. Along the way, various of them dropped out of the march. Families, whole Kalpuli clans, even entire tribes. Some quarreled and left. Some stopped from sheer fatigue. Some took a liking to a place in which they found themselves and decided to go no farther. It is impossible now to say which of them went where. Over the sheaves of years since then, those truant tribes themselves have often fragmented and moved apart. It is known that your Azteca continued all the way to wherever your Tenochtitlan now stands, and perhaps others also traveled that far. But we were not among them, we who are now the Chichimeca. That is why I say this. When your Azteca crossed the desert lands, they left no stores for future use. They left no trace. They left nothing behind them but us. His account sounded all too believable, and it was as disconcerting as the assertion of my earlier companion Meat, that the term Chichimeca embraced all peoples of our skin color. The implication was that, instead of finding anything of possible value, like the allegedly hidden hoards of stores, I had found only a horrid rabble, eager to claim kinship as my cousins. Quickly putting that ghastly possibility out of my mind, I said with a sigh, I still would like to discover the whereabouts of Aztlan. Chief Juice nodded, but said, It is far from here. As I told you, the 7 tribes came a long way from their homeland before they began to separate. I looked northward, into what I had been told was an even more awful and limitless desert, and I groaned. Yeah. Then I must keep on through this blighted and accursed wasteland. The old man glanced in that direction. He looked mildly puzzled, and he asked, Why? Probably I also looked puzzled at such a foolish question from a man I had thought fairly intelligent. I said, The Azteca came from the north. Where else should I be going? North is not a place, he explained, as if I were the dullard. It is a direction, and an imprecise direction at that. You have already come too far north. I cried, Aztlan is behind me? He chuckled at my dismay. Behind, beside, and beyond. I said impatiently, And you speak of imprecise directions. Still laughing, he went on. By keeping to the desert all the way, you moved always in a direction west and north, but not enough to the west. Had you not been misled by the notion of north, you might have found Aztlan long ago, without ever braving the desert, without ever leaving the living lands. I made some sort of strangled noise. The chief continued. According to my father's fathers, our Aztlan was somewhere southwest of this desert, on the seashore, on the coast of the Great Sea. And surely there was never more than one Aztlan. But from there, our ancestors, and yours, did much circuitous wandering in those sheaves of years. Quite possibly, the Azteca's last march, as remembered in your Mexica legends, did bring them directly from the north into what is now Tenochtitlan. Nevertheless, Aztlan should lie almost directly northwest of there. So I must go back again, southwest from here, I muttered, regretting all the dreary months and tedious one-long runs and dirt and misery I had needlessly endured. Old Juice shrugged. I do not say you must, but if you will go on, I advise against your going farther north. Aztlan is not there. Northward is only more desert, more terrible desert, merciless desert in which even we hardy Mapimi cannot live. Only the Yakai can make even brief forays into that desert, and they only because they are more cruel than the desert itself. I said, with sadness at the recollection, I know what the Yakai are like. I will turn back, Chief Juice, as you advise. Go yonder. He gestured to the southward of where Tonatiuh was dropping ungowned into an unquilted bed behind the indistinct gray-white mountains which had kept pace with me, but kept their distance, all the way I had come through the desert. If you would find Aztlan, you must go to those mountains, over those mountains, through those mountains. Beyond those mountains you must go. And that is what I did. I went southwest, to and over and through and beyond the mountains. I had been seeing that remote, pale range for more than a year, and I fully expected to have to scale walls of sheer granite. But as I neared them, I saw that it had been only their distance that had made them appear so. The foothills rising from the desert were sparsely covered with typical dusty desert scrub, but the growth got denser and greener as I progressed. The genuine high mountains, when I reached them, I found to be as verdantly forested and hospitable as those of the Raramuri country. Indeed, as I made my way through those mountains, I found cave villages where the inhabitants resembled the Raramuri, even in the matter of bodily hair, and spoke very similar languages, and told me that they were in fact relatives of the Raramuri, whose country, they said, was considerably farther north in that same mountain range. So, when I came down from those heights at last, on the other side of the ranges, I came down to a beach somewhere south of the beach where I had landed after my involuntary sea voyage more than 10 years before. That coast is called the Sinalobola, I learned from the fisher tribes whose villages I found dotted along it. Those people, the Kaita, were not hostile to my traveling along their beaches, but neither were they inviting. They were simply indifferent, and their women smelled of fish. So I did not linger long in any of their villages as I went south along the Sinalobola, trusting in old Chief Juice's assertion that Aztlan was somewhere on that coast of the Great Sea. For most of the way, I kept to the level sands of the shore, with the ocean on my right hand. Sometimes I had to turn far inland to skirt a sizable lagoon, or a coastal swamp, or an impenetrable tangle of the stringy mangrove trees. And sometimes I had to wait on the bank of a river full of alligators until a Kaita boatman came by who would grudgingly ferry me to the other side. But my progress was more often rapid, unhindered, and uneventful. A cool breeze from off the ocean tempered the heat of the daytime sun, and after sundown the beach sands retained that same heat, so they were most comfortable to sleep on. Long after I had left the Kaita lands and found no more villages where I could buy a meal of fish, I was able to dine well on those same odd drumming crabs that had frightened me when I first encountered them, years before. Also, the ocean's tidal movement led me to discover another seafood which I commend as a superbly tasty dish. I noticed that whenever the waters receded, the flats of mud or sand were not entirely quiescent. Here and there, little spouts and plumes of water spurted upward from the exposed seabed. Impelled by curiosity, I sloshed out across the flats, waited for one of the little wisps to squirt nearby, and dug down with my hands to find what had caused it. I came up with an ovoid, smooth blue shell, a clam as big as my palm. I suppose the spurt of water was its way of coughing sand out of its throat, or whatever a clam uses for a throat. Anyway, I splashed about the flats and collected an armload of the shellfish and took them ashore, intending to eat them raw. But then I had a notion. I dug a shallow pit in the dry beach sand and laid the clams in it, first wrapping each shell in damp seaweed to prevent any grit from getting inside. Then I piled a layer of sand over them. On top of that, I laid a fire of hot-burning dead palm fronds and let it blaze for a time, then scraped its ashes aside and disinterred my clams. Their shells had acted as miniature steam bath houses, cooking them in their own salty juices. I pried off their upper shells and ate them. Hot, tender, delicious. And I slurped the liquid from their nether shells, and I tell you, I have seldom enjoyed a better meal served up by even a palace kitchen. As I continued on down the interminable coast, however, the tides no longer uncovered smooth and accessible flats onto which I could stroll to gather clams. The tides simply raised or lowered the level of the water standing in the boundless marshes which I found in my path. Those were thickets of almost jungle-like undergrowth, tangled among moss-hung mangroves, which stood fastidiously high upon their multiple roots. At low tide, the swamp ground was a morass of slimy mud and stagnant puddles. At high tide, it was covered by great sheets of sullen salt water. At all times, the marshes were hot, damp, sticky, stinking, and infested with voracious mosquitoes. I tried to go eastward and find a way around them, but the swamps appeared to extend inland as far as the mountain ranges. So I made my way through them as best I could, wherever possible leaping from one to the next of the drier hummocks of land, the rest of the time wading in wretched discomfort through the fetid water and mud. I do not remember how many days I struggled slowly through that ugliest, nastiest, and most disagreeable piece of country I had ever encountered. I lived mainly on palm sprouts and Meshichan cress and other such greens that I recognized as edible. I slept each night by choosing a tree with a crotch high out of the reach of any passing alligator and the crawling night mists. I would pad that with as much gray patchouli moss as I could gather, and then wedge myself in it. I was not much surprised that I met no other human being, for none but the most torpid and spiritless of humans would have lived in that noxious wilderness. I had no idea what nation it belonged to, or if any had ever bothered to lay claim to it. I knew I was by then far south of the Sina Labola of the Kaita, and I guessed that I must be nearing the land of the Nauyar Ishu, but I could not be sure until I heard somebody speak some word of some language. And then, one afternoon, in the depths of that miserable swamp, I did come upon another human being. A loinclothed young man stood beside a scummy pool of water, peering down into it, holding poised over it a crude spear of 3 bone points. I was so surprised to see anybody, and so glad, that I did an inexcusable thing. I hailed him in a loud voice, at the very moment he struck his spear down into the water. He snapped his head up, glared at me, and replied in a snarl, "You made me miss." I stood amazed, not by his rude words, for he had reason to resent my having spoiled his aim, but by his not having spoken, as I would have expected, in some dialect of Pore. "I am sorry," I called, less loudly. He merely dropped his gaze to the water again, wrenching his spear loose from the muck at the bottom, while I approached him quietly and unobtrusively. As I reached his side, he jabbed down with the spear once more, and that time brought it up with a frog wriggling impaled on one of its tines. "You speak Nahuatl," I said. He grunted and dropped the frog onto a pile of others in a lopsided basket of woven vines. Wondering if I had found a descendant of some stay-at-home ancestor of old Chief Juice, I asked, "Are you a Chichimecatl?" I would of course have been surprised if he had said he was, but what he did say was even more astounding. "I am an Aztecatl." He leaned over the scummy pool again and slanted his spear, and added, "And I am busy." "And you have a most discourteous way of greeting a stranger," I said. His surliness dispelled whatever awe and stupefaction I might otherwise have been feeling at the discovery of an apparently actual, living, breathing remnant of the Azteca. Courtesy would be wasted on any stranger so misguided as to come here, he growled, not even looking at me. The dirty water splashed as he skewered another frog. Would any but a fool be visiting this stinking sink of the world? I remarked, "Any fool living in it has little cause to insult one who merely visits. You are right, he said indifferently, dropping the frog in his basket. Why do you stand here being insulted by another fool? Go away. I said tightly, I have traveled for 2 years and thousands of one-lawn runs in search of a place called Aztlan. Perhaps you can tell me. You have found it, he interrupted in an uncaring voice. Here? I exclaimed in utter astonishment. Just yonder, he grunted, jerking a thumb over his shoulder, still not troubling to lift his eyes from his putrid frog pond. Follow the path to the lagoon, then shout for a boat to take you across. I turned away from him and looked, and there was a path leading off through the rank undergrowth, and I started along it, hardly daring to believe. But then I remembered that I had not thanked the young man. I turned again and walked back to where he stood, aiming his spear at the pond. Thank you, I said, and I kicked his legs out from under him, so he fell with a mighty splash into the foul water. When his head broke the surface, festooned with slimy weeds, I dumped the baskets of dead frogs onto him. Leaving him spluttering and cursing and clawing for a hold on the slippery bank, I turned yet again and walked toward the place of the snowy egrets, the long lost, the legendary Aztlan. I do not really know what I expected or hoped to find. Perhaps an early, less elaborate version of Tenochtitlan, a city of pyramids and temples and towers, only not so modern of design. I do not really know. But what I did find was pitiful. I followed the dry path winding through the marsh, and the trees around me grew farther and farther apart. The mud on either side of me became more wet and watery. At last, the downward dangling mangrove roots gave place to reeds growing upward through a sheet of water. There the path ended, and I was standing on the shore of a lake, stained blood red by the setting sun. It was a great expanse of brackish water, but not a very deep one, to judge from the reeds and canes piercing its surface, and the white egrets standing everywhere. Directly in front of me was an island, perhaps 2 arrow shots distant across the water, and I raised my crystal for a clear look at the place to which those egrets had given the name. Aztlan was an island in a lake, as is Mexico Tenochtitlan. But there, it seemed, the resemblance ended. It was a low hump of dry land, made not much bigger by the city erected upon it, for there was not a building visible that was of more than 1 floor. There was not a single upthrusting pyramid, not even a temple tall enough to be seen. The island's sunset redness was overlaid with the blue smoke of evening hearth fires. From the lake around, numerous dugout canoes moved homeward toward the island, and I shouted to the nearest of them. The man aboard was propelling it with a pole, the lake being too shallow to require the use of a paddle. He slid the canoe through the reeds to where I stood, then peered suspiciously at me, and grunted a profanity, and said, "You are a stranger, and you are another ill-bred Aztec, I thought, but did not say aloud. I stepped into the boat before he could move it away, and said, "If you came for the frog sticker, he claims to be busy, and I believe he is. You will please convey me to the island." Except for a repetition of the profanity, he made no protest and evinced no curiosity, and said not another word as he pulled me across the water. He let me step ashore on the edge of the island, then went away, through one of what I then discovered were several canals cut through the island, its only other resemblance to Tenochtitlan. I strolled along the streets for a while. Besides a wide one circling the island's rim, there were only 4 others, 2 running the length of the island, 2 crossing it, all of them primitively paved with crushed oyster and clam shells. The houses and huts that crowded wall to wall along the streets and canals, though I suppose they had wooden frameworks, were plastered with a white surfacing, also made of powdered shells. The island was oval-shaped and quite large, about the size of Tenochtitlan without its northern district of Tlatelolco. It probably had as many buildings, too, but since they were only of one level, they did not contain anything like the teeming population of Tenochtitlan. From the center of the island, I could see the rest of the surrounding lake, and could see that the lake was also surrounded in all directions by the same feculent marsh through which I had come. The Azteca at least were not so degraded as to live in that dismal swamp, but they might as well have done. The intervening lake waters did not prevent the swamp's night mists and miasmas and mosquitoes from invading the island. Aztlan was a thoroughly unwholesome habitat, and I was glad that my ancestors had had the good sense to abandon it. I took the current inhabitants to be the descendants of those who had been too dull and listless to have left it in search of a better place to live. And, so far as I could tell, the descendants of the stay-behinds had not acquired any more initiative or enterprise in all the generations since. They seemed defeated and beaten down by their wretched surroundings, and resentful of them, but drearily resigned to them. The people on the streets gave me a glance of knowing me for a newcomer, and the newcomer certainly must have been a rarity there, but not one of them commented to another on my presence. Not one gave me greeting, or kindly inquired if I was as hungry as I doubtless looked, or even sneered at me for an unwelcome intruder. The night came on, and the streets began to empty of people, and the darkness was relieved only by the fitful gleams of hearth fires and coconut oil lamps leaking out from the houses. I had seen enough of the city, and in any case could then see very little, which meant I was likely at any moment to walk off the verge of a canal. So I intercepted a latecomer trying to hurry by me unnoticed, and asked him where I could find the palace of the city's revered speaker. "Palace?" he repeated vacantly. Revered speaker? I should have known that anything like a palace would be inconceivable to those hut dwellers. And I should have remembered that no revered speaker of the Azteca had adopted that title until long after they had become the Mexica. I amended my question. I seek your ruler. Where does he reside? Ah, the Tlatocapili, said the man, and Tlatocapili means nothing more eminent than a tribal chief, like the leader of any barbarian desert rabble. The man gave me hurried directions, then said, "Now I am late for my meal," and vanished in the night. For a people marooned in the middle of nowhere, with so little of anything to occupy them, they seemed foolishly fond of pretending urgency and activity. Though the Azteca of Aztlan spoke Nahuatl, they used many words that I suppose we Mexica long ago discarded, and others that they obviously have adopted from neighboring tribes, for I recognized some of them as kaita and corrupt pore. On the other hand, the Azteca were uncomprehending of many Nahuatl words I used, words that I suppose had come into the language after the migration, inspired by things and circumstances in the outside world, of which those stay-at-homes knew nothing. After all, our language still changes to accommodate itself to new situations. Just in recent years, for example, it has added such words as cahuayo for horse, Christianayotl for Christianity, Castelteca for Castilians and Spaniards in general, Pitsome for pigs. The city's palace was at least a decently constructed house, faced with shining shell plaster, and of several rooms. I was met at the entrance by a young woman who said she was the wife of the Tlatocapili. She did not bid me enter, but nervously asked what I wanted. "I want to see the Tlatocapili," I said, with the last of my patience. "I have come a long way, especially to see him." "You have?" she said, biting her lip. "Few come to see him, and he cares to see even fewer. Anyway, he is not home yet." "May I come in and wait?" I asked testily. She thought it over, then stood aside, saying indecisively, "I suppose you may, but he will be hungry and wanting to eat before anything else." I started to remark that I would not mind something of that sort myself, but she went on. "He desired to eat frog's legs tonight, so he had to go to the mainland, since the lake is too salty for them. And the catch must have been scant, for he is very late coming home." I nearly backed out of the house again, but then I thought, can the punishment for ducking the Tlatocapili be any worse than spending the night trying to avoid him by wandering this vile island among the pestilent mosquitoes? I followed her through a room where a number of young children and very old folks sat eating a meal of swamp greens. They all goggled at me, but said nothing, and offered me no place at the cloth. She led me to an empty room, where I gratefully sat down on a rough Ikpali chair. I asked her, "How does one address the Tlatocapili?" His name is Tlelectic Meachly. I almost fell off the low chair. The coincidence was so startling. If he was also Dark Cloud, what should I call myself? Certainly a man whom I had kicked into a pond would take me for an impudent mocker if I introduced myself with his name. Just then, from the outer room, came the noise of his arrival, and his timorous wife ran to welcome her lord and master. I slid my knife around to the back of my waistband, out of sight, and kept my right hand near it. I heard the murmur of the woman's voice, then the roar of the husband's. A visitor to see me? To Mictlan with him. I am starving. Prepare these frogs, woman. I had to catch the cursed things twice. His wife murmured meekly again, and he roared more loudly. What? A stranger? With a savage jerk, he tore aside the curtain at the doorway of the room where I sat. It was indeed the same young man. He still had some of the pondweeds in his hair, and he was clotted with mud from his waist down. He glared for an instant, then bellowed, You! I bent from my chair to kiss the earth, but I made the gesture using my left hand, and I still had my right on the haft of my knife when I politely got to my feet. Then, to my great surprise, the young man burst into a peal of hearty laughter and leapt forward to fling his arms around me in a brotherly hug. His wife and several of the younger and older relatives peeked around the doorframe, their eyes wide with wonder. Welcome, stranger, he shouted, and laughed some more. By the splayed legs of the goddess Koyol Shaukui, I am pleased to see you again. Just look what you did to me, man. When I finally got out of that sump, all the canoes had gone for the night. I had to wade home across the lake. I asked cautiously, You found that amusing? He laughed some more. By the cold hole of the moon goddess's dry tapili, yes, I did. In all my lifetime in this weary and wearisome backwater, it was the first occurrence not ordinary and expectable. I thank you for making one unusual thing happen at last in this abyss of monotony. How are you called, stranger? I said, My name is, Tepetsalan, taking that of my father for the occasion. Valley, he said, tallest valley I ever saw. Well, Tepetsalan, do not fear any retaliation for your treatment of me. By the flabby teats of the goddess, it is a pleasure finally to meet a man with testicles under his loincloth. If my tribesmen have any, they display them only to their women. He turned to bark at his own woman. There are frogs enough for my friend and myself. Prepare them while I steam away some of this muck. Friend Tepetsalan, perhaps you would also like a refreshing bath. As we stripped at the steam house behind the residence, and I took note that his torso was as hairless as mine, the Tlatokapili said, I presume you are one of our cousins from the far desert. No nearer neighbors speak our language. "One of your cousins, I think," I said, "but not from the desert. Do you know of the Mexica nation, of the great city Tenochtitlan?" "No," he said carelessly, as if his ignorance was nothing to be ashamed of. He even said, "Among the various miserable villages in these parts, Aztlan is the only city." I did not laugh, and he went on. "We pride ourselves on our self-sufficiency here, so we seldom go traveling or engage in traffic with any other tribes. We know only our closest neighbors, though we care not to mingle with them. To the north of these swamps, for instance, are the Kaita. Since you came from that direction, you must have recognized them as a paltry people. In the swamps south of here, there is only the single insignificant village of Yakorike." I was pleased to hear that. If Yakorike was the nearest community to the southward, then I was closer to home than I had reckoned. Yakorike was an outpost village of the Nauyar Ishu lands, subject to the Purempeka nation. From anywhere in Nauyar Ishu, it was not an impossibly long journey to Michoacan, and beyond that country lay the lands of the Triple Alliance. The young man continued. "Eastward of these swamps are the high mountains, in which dwell peoples called the Kora and the Huichoi. Beyond those mountains lies a desert wasteland where some of our poor relations have long lived in exile. Only once in a great while does one of them find his way here to the home of his forefathers." I said, "I know of your poor relations in the desert, but I repeat, I am not one of them. And I also know that not all of your distant relations are poor. Of those who left here so long ago to seek their fortune in the outside world, some of them did find a fortune beyond your imagining." "I rejoice to hear it," he said indifferently. "My wife's grandfather will be even more pleased. He is Aztlan's rememberer of history." That remark made me realize that, of course, the Azteca would have no knowledge of picture writing. We Mexica had attained it only long after the migration, so they could not possess any history books or other archives. If they relied on an old man to be the repository of their history, then he would be only the latest in a long line of old men who had handed that history down through the ages, one to another. The other Michli went on. "The gods know that this crack in the buttocks of the world is no joyous place to live, but we live here because it has everything we need for life. The tides bring us seafood to eat, without our even having to seek it. The coconut gives us sweets and oil for our lamps, and its liquid is fermented into a most enjoyably intoxicating drink. Another kind of palm gives us fiber from which to weave cloth. Another yields flour. Another bears the koya kapuli fruit. We need not trade for any resource with any other tribes, and the swamps protect us from molestation by them." He went on with his unenthusiastic listing of the awful Aztlan's natural advantages, but I had ceased listening. I felt slightly dazed, realizing how very remotely related I was to my cousin of the same name. It is possible that we two Mechtlis could have sat down and traced our lineage back to a common ancestor. But our divergent development had moved us far apart in more than distance. We were separated by an immeasurable disparity of education and outlook. That cousin Mechtli might as well have been living in the Aztlan of antiquity, from which his ancestors had refused to stir. For Aztlan was still what it had been then, the abode of unadventurous sluggards. Ignorant of picture writing, they were equally ignorant of all it could teach: arithmetic, geography, architecture, commerce, conquest. They knew even less than the barbarian cousins they despised, the desert Chichimeca, who had at least ventured some way beyond Aztlan's constricted horizons. Because my forebears had left that hind end of nowhere and found a place where the art of word-knowing flourished, I had had access to the libraries of the knowledge and experience accumulated by the Azteca Mexica in all the subsequent sheaves of years, not to mention the finer arts and sciences of even older civilizations. Culturally and intellectually, I was as superior to my cousin Mechtli as a god might be to me. But I decided I would refrain from flaunting that superiority. It was not his fault that he had been deprived of my advantages through the lethargy of his ancestors. I felt sorry for that cousin Mechtli. I would do what I could to coax him out of his benighted Aztlan into the enlightened modern world. His wife's grandfather, Canautli, the aged historian, sat with us while we dined. The old man was one of the persons I had earlier seen eating the unlovely swamp greens, and he watched rather wistfully as we two Mechtlis savored our dish of delicate frog's legs. I think old Canautli paid more attention to our lip-smacking and chop-licking than he did to my discourse. Hungry though I was, I managed, between mouthfuls, to tell briefly what had become of the Azteca who had departed Aztlan, how they had become known as the Tenochca, then as the Mexica, then as the foremost lords of the one world. The old man and the young one occasionally shook their heads in mute admiration, or maybe disbelief, as I recounted one achievement and advancement and war triumph after another. The Tlatocapili interrupted once to murmur, "By the 6 fragments of the goddess, if the Mexica have become all that grand, perhaps we ought to change the name of Aztlan." Meditatively, he tried 2 or 3 new names. Place of the Mexica, first homeland of the Mexica. I went on to give a brief biography of the Mexica's current Yue Tlatoani, Moctezuma. Then a lyrical description of his capital city of Tenochtitlan. The old grandfather sighed and closed his eyes, as if to see it better in his imagination. I said, "The Mexica could not have progressed so far and so fast if they had not availed themselves of the art of word-knowing." Then I hinted heavily, "You too, Tlatocapili Mechtli, might make of Aztlan a grander city, make your people the equals of their Mexica cousins, if you learned how to preserve the spoken word in lasting pictures." He shrugged and said, "We have not yet suffered by not knowing." Nevertheless, his interest seemed to quicken when I showed him, using a slender frog bone to scratch the hard earth of the floor, how simply his own name could be permanently graven. "Yes, that is a cloud shape," he conceded. "But how could it say dark cloud?" "Merely color it with a dark paint, gray or black. A single picture is capable of infinite useful variations. Paint that figure blue-green, for example, and you have the name Jadestone Cloud." "Is that so?" he said. And then, "What is jadestone?" And the gulf gaped again between us. He had never seen or even heard of the mineral held sacred by all civilized peoples. I muttered something about the night getting late, that I would tell more on the morrow. My cousin offered me a pallet for the night, if I did not object to sleeping in a room full of some other probable male relations of mine. I thanked him and accepted, and concluded my evening's discourse by explaining how I had come to Aztlan, tracking backward along my ancestors' route of march, trying to verify a legend. I turned to old Canoutley and said, "Perhaps you would know, venerable rememberer of history. When they left here, did they carry a sufficiency of supplies that they could have made provision for a necessary return?" He did not reply. The venerable rememberer had fallen asleep. But the next day he said, "Your ancestors took almost nothing with them when they left here." I had breakfasted together with the whole palace family, on tiny fish and mushrooms grilled together, and some kind of hot herb drink. Then my namesake had gone out on some civic business, leaving me to converse with the aged historian. But that day, unlike the night before, it was Canoutley who did most of the talking. If all our rememberers have spoken truly, those people who departed took only what belongings they could pack in a hurry, and only meager rations for the march. And they took the image of their villainous new god, a wooden image newly and roughly and hastily made, because of the urgency of their going. But that was untold sheaves of years ago. I dare say your people have built many finer statues to replace it since then. We of Aztlan have a different high deity, and only the one image of it. Oh, of course we recognize all the other gods, and have recourse to them when necessary. Tlazolteotl, for instance, cleanses us of our sins. Atlawa fills our fowler's nets, and so on. But only one reigns supreme. Come, cousin, let me show you. He took me out of the house and along the city's shell streets. As we walked, his bird-like little black eyes flung an occasional look sideways from their nests of wrinkles, a shrewd and humorous glance at me, and he said, "Tepetzalan, you have been courteous, or at least discreet. You have not spoken your opinion of us, the remaining Azteca. But permit me to guess. I would wager that you consider us the dregs that were left in Aztlan when the more worthy ones went away." True, That was my opinion. I might have said something to put a slightly better face on it, but he went on. You believe that our forefathers were too lazy or listless or timid to raise their eyes to some beckoning vision of glory, that they feared the risk and so lost the opportunity, that your own ancestors, by contrast, ventured boldly forth from here in the certain knowledge that they were destined to be exalted above all other peoples of the world. Well, I said, here is our temple. Canoutley stopped at the entrance to a low building of the customary crushed shell plastering, but with many fine shells of conch and other sea creatures inset entire. Our only temple, and a humble one, but if you will enter. I did, and with my topaz I looked at what stood there, and I said, that is Coil Shau Kui. And I said, truthfully, admiringly, that is a superb work of art. You recognize her? The old man sounded a trifle surprised. I should have thought that your people would have forgotten her by now. I confess, venerable one, that she is now regarded only as a minor goddess among our many gods, but the legend is one of our oldest, and it is still remembered. To tell it briefly, reverend friars, the legend was this. Coil Shau Kui, whose name means adorned with bells, was one of the godling children of the high goddess Kotlikyu. And that goddess Kotlikyu, though already a mother many times over, became gravid again when one day a feather floated down upon her from the sky. How that could impregnate any female, I do not know, but such things happened in many old stories. And it would seem that the daughter goddess Coil Shau Kui was also skeptical when her mother told of it. Coil Shau Kui gathered her brothers and sisters and said, our mother has brought shame upon herself and us her children. We must put her to death for it. However, the child in Kotlikyu's womb was the war god Huitzilopochtli. He heard those words, and he sprang instantly out of his mother, full grown, and already armed with an obsidian maquahuitl. He slew his scheming sister Coil Shau Kui, and cut her in pieces, and flung those dismembered parts to the sky, where their blood stuck them to the moon. He likewise threw all his other sisters and brothers to the sky, where they have since been stars, indistinguishable from the older stars. That newborn war god Huitzilopochtli, of course, was ever afterward the chief god of us Meshika, and we accorded to Coil Shau Kui no importance whatever. We erected no statues of her or temples for her, and we dedicated no feast days to her. To us, said the old historian of Aslan, Coil Shau Kui has always been the goddess of the moon, and always will be, and we worship her in that guise. I did not understand, and I said so. Why worship the moon, venerable Canoutley? I ask in all respect, but the moon is of no benefit to mankind, except for its night light, and that is dim at its brightest. Because of the sea tides, said the old man, and those are of benefit to us. This lake of ours, at its western end, is separated from the ocean by only a low rock barrier. When the tide rises, it spills fish and crabs and shellfish into our lake, and they stay here when the tide waters recede. Catching those creatures for our food is much easier in this shallow lake than it would be in the deep sea outside. We are grateful to be so lavishly and punctiliously supplied. But the moon? I said, perplexed. Do you believe that the moon somehow causes the tides? Causes? I do not know. But the moon certainly gives notice of them. When the moon is at its thinnest, and again when it is at its full round, we know that at a determinable later time the tide will be at its highest, and its spill of provender the most bountiful. Clearly the moon goddess has something to do with it. So it would seem, I said, and regarded the image of Coil Shauqui more respectfully. It was not a statue. It was a disk of stone as perfectly round as the full moon, and nearly as immense as the great sunstone of Tenochtitlan. Coil Shauqui was sculptured in high relief, as she looked after her dismemberment by Huitzilopochtli. Her torso occupied the center of the stone, of the moon. Her breasts bared to view and hanging slackly. Her decapitated head was in profile at the top center of the moon. It wore a feather headdress, and on the visible cheek was incised the bell symbol from which she took her name. Her severed arms and legs were distributed around her, adorned with bracelets and anklets. There was no picture writing anywhere on the stone, of course, but it still bore traces of its original paint. A pale blue on the stone background, a pale yellow on the goddess's various parts. I asked how old it was. Only the goddess knows, said Canoutley. It has been here since long before your forebears went away, since time past all remembering. How do you pay homage to her? I asked, looking around the room, which was otherwise empty except for a strong smell of fish. I see no signs of sacrifice. You mean you see no blood, he said. Your forefathers also sought blood, and that is why they left here. Coil Shauqui has never demanded any such thing as a human sacrifice. We offer to her only lesser creatures, things of the sea and things of the night, owls and the night-flying herons and the great green moon moths. Also there is a small fish, so oily of flesh that it can be dried and burned like a candle. Worshippers light them here when they feel the need of communing with the goddess. As we stepped out of the fishy-smelling temple into the street again, the old man resumed. Know now, cousin Tepetzalan, what we rememberers have remembered. In a time long past, we Azteca were not confined to this single city. This was the capital of a considerable domain, stretching from this coast high into the mountains. The Azteca comprised numerous tribes, each of many Calpultan clans, and they were all under the rule of a single Tlatocapili, who was not, like my grandson by marriage, a chief in name only. They were a strong people, but they were a peaceable people, satisfied with what they had, and they deemed themselves well cared for by the goddess. Until some of those people showed more ambition, I suggested. Until some showed weakness, he said sharply. The tales tell how some of them, hunting in the high mountains, one day met a stranger from a far land. That one laughed in scorn to hear of our people's simple way of life and their undemanding religion. The stranger said, "Of all the numberless gods there are, why do you choose to worship the one most feeble, the goddess who was so deservedly humiliated and slain? Why do you not worship the one who overthrew her, the strong and fierce and virile god Huitzilopochtli?" I wondered, who could that outlander have been? Perhaps one of the Tolteca of olden times. No, if a Toltecatl had wished to wean the Azteca from their worship of Coyolxauhqui, he would have proposed the beneficent god Quetzalcoatl as the substitute. Canoutley went on. Those were the first of our people to be evilly influenced by the stranger, and they began to change. The stranger said, "Worship Huitzilopochtli," and they did. The stranger said, "Give blood to feed Huitzilopochtli," and they did. According to our rememberers, those were the first human sacrifices ever made by any people who were not outright savages. They held their ceremonies secretly in the 7 great caves in the mountains, and they took care to spill only the blood of expendable orphans and old people. The stranger said, "Huitzilopochtli is the god of war. Let him lead you to conquer richer lands." And more of our people listened and heeded, and they offered up more and more sacrifices. The stranger urged, "Nourish Huitzilopochtli, make him stronger yet, and he will win for you a life better than you could ever have dreamed." And the misbelievers grew more numerous, more dissatisfied with their old ways of life, more ready and avid for bloodshed. He stopped talking and stood silent for a moment. I looked about us, at the men and women passing by on the street. The residue of the Azteca. Dress them a little better, I thought, and they could be the Mexica citizens on any street in Tenochtitlan. No, dress them a little better and put a stiffer backbone into them. Canoutley resumed. When the Tlatocapili learned what was happening in those fringe regions of his lands, he realized who would be the first victims of the new war god. It would be the Azteca, still peaceable and content with their unwarlike goddess Coyolxauhqui. And why not? What more available and easy first conquest for the followers of Huitzilopochtli? Well, the Tlatocapili had no army, but he did have a staunch and loyal body of city guardsmen. He and they went to the mountains and swooped down on the misbelievers, and took them by surprise, and slew many of them. All the rest he disarmed of every weapon they possessed, and he put the curse of banishment on all those traitor men and women. He said, "So you wish to follow your foul new god? Then take him, and take your families and your children, and follow your god far away from here. You have until tomorrow to be gone or to be executed." And by the dawn they had departed, in numbers not now remembered. After a pause, he added, "I am glad to hear from you that they no longer claim the name of Azteca." I stood silent, stunned, until I thought to ask, "And what of the stranger who brought that banishment upon them?" "Oh, she was among the first slain, naturally." "She? Did I not mention that the stranger was a woman?" "Yes, all our rememberers have remembered that she was a runaway yakai." "But that is incredible," I exclaimed. "What would a yakai woman know of Huitzilopochtli or Coyolxauhqui or any other Azteca gods?" "By the time she got here, she had traveled far, and no doubt had heard much. Of a certainty, she had learned our language. Some of our rememberers have suggested that she could have been a sorceress as well." "Even so," I persisted, "why should she preach the worship of Huitzilopochtli, who was no god of hers?" There we can only conjecture. But it is known that the yakai live mainly by hunting deer, and their chief god is the god who provides those deer, the god we call Mishkawatl. Whenever the yakai hunters find that the herds are thinning out, they perform a particular ceremony. They seize one of their more dispensable females and truss her as they would truss a deer caught alive, and they dance as they would dance after a successful hunt. Then they gut and disjoint and eat the woman, as they would eat a deer. In their simple-minded, savage belief, that ceremony persuades their god of hunting to replenish the deer herds. Anyway, it is known that the yakai behaved so in the olden time. Perhaps they are not quite so ferocious nowadays." "I believe they are," I said, "but I do not see how it could have caused what happened here." The yakai woman had run away from her people to escape that fate reserved for women. I repeat, it is only conjecture, but our rememberers have always supposed that the woman burned with a desire to see men suffer the same way, any men. Her hatred of them was indiscriminate, and she found her opportunity here. Our own beliefs may have given her the idea, for do not forget, Huitzilopochtli had slain and dismembered Coyolxauhqui with no more remorse than a yakai would have shown. So that woman, by pretending to admire and exalt Huitzilopochtli, hoped to see our men fighting against each other, killing and spilling each other's blood and entrails, as hers might have been spilled. I was so appalled that I could only whisper, "A woman?" It was some unimportant and nameless female who conceived the idea of human sacrifice, the ceremony that is now practiced everywhere. "It is not practiced here," Canoutley reminded me, "and our supposition may be a total misjudgment. After all, that was long, long ago. But it sounds a typically feminine notion of vengeance, does it not? And evidently it succeeded, for you have mentioned that, in the world outside, men have not ceased slaughtering their fellow men, in the name of one god or another, during all the sheaves of years since. I said nothing. I could not think what to say. So you see, the old man continued, those Azteca who left Aztlan were not the best and the bravest. They were the worst and the unwanted, and they went because they were forcibly expelled. I still said nothing, and he concluded, you say you search for the stores your ancestors might have secreted along their route from here. Give up the search, cousin. It is futile. Even if those people had been allowed to leave here with any possessions of use or value, they would not have stored them for a possible retreat along that route. They knew they could never come back. I stayed not many more days in Aztlan, though my cousin, the other Mictli, would have had me stay for months, I believe. He had decided that he wished to learn word-knowing and picture-writing, and he bribed me to teach him by giving me a private hut and one of his younger sisters to keep me company in it. She was in no way comparable to a sister once known as Tsitsitlini, but she was a pretty girl, a sufficiently obliging and enjoyable companion. Nevertheless, I had to tell her brother that word-knowing could not be learned as quickly as, say, the art of frog-spearing. I taught him how to represent physical things by drawing simplified pictures of them, and then I said, to learn how to utilize those pictures to build written language, you will require a teacher dedicated to such teaching, which I am not. Some of the best are in Tenochtitlan, and I advise you to go there. I have told you where it lies. He growled, with some of his earlier surliness. By the stiff limbs of the goddess, you simply want to get away. And I cannot. I cannot leave my people leaderless, with no excuse except my sudden whim to have a bit of education. There is a much better excuse, I said. The Mexica have extended their dominions far and wide, but they have yet no colony on this northern shore of the Western Ocean. The Yue Tlatoani would be delighted to learn that he has cousins already established there. If you were to present yourself to Moctezuma, bearing a suitable gift of introduction, you might very well find yourself appointed the ruler of an important new province of the Triple Alliance, a province much more worth ruling than it is now. What suitable gift? He said sardonically. Some fish, some frogs, one of my other sisters. Pretending I had only that moment thought of it, I said, why not the stone of Coil Chauqui? He reeled in shock. Our one and only sacred image? Moctezuma may not esteem the goddess, but he does appreciate fine works of art. He gasped. Give away the moonstone? Why, I would be worse hated and reviled than that cursed Yakai sorceress of whom the grandfather Canotli tells. Quite the contrary, I said. She caused the dissolution of the Azteca. You would be effecting their reconciliation, and much more. I should say that the sculpture would be a small price to pay for all the advantages of reuniting again with the mightiest nation in all the known lands. But think about it. And so it was that, when I took my leave of my cousin Meachley and his pretty sister and the others of his family, he was mumbling, "I could not roll the Moonstone all that way by myself alone. I must convince others." I no longer had any valid reason for exploring. I would be wandering only for the sake of wandering. It was time I went home again, and Canotely told me I would make best time by going straight inland, where the swamps eventually ended, and then over the mountains of the Cora and Huichol. But I will not tell of my progress through those mountains. They were merely more mountains, or of the various peoples I encountered there. They were merely more mountain people. And in truth, I have little recollection of that part of my homeward journey, for I was too deeply occupied with my thoughts of all the many things I had already seen and learned, and unlearned. For example, the word Chichimeca did not necessarily mean barbarians, though that is what they are. The word could as well mean red people, the whole race of mankind to which I and every other human belonged. We Mexica might boast of our accumulated years and layers of civilization and culture, but we were not otherwise superior to those barbarians. The Chichimeca were indisputably cousins of ours, and we too, we proud and haughty Mexica, we too had once been drinkers of our own urine, eaters of our own excrement. Our vaunted histories of our peerless lineage were sadly or laughably in error. Our ancestors had not left Aztlan in any daringly heroic bid for greatness. They had been mere dupes, deluded by a woman either mad or magical or simply spiteful, and she a specimen of the most inhuman humans known to exist. But even if that legendary Yakai woman had never really existed, the fact remained that our ancestors had become so bestial and obnoxious that their own people could no longer abide their presence. Our ancestors had left Aztlan at the point of a spear, slinking away under cover of night, in shame and ignominy. Most of them were still outcasts from every decent society, resigned to their perpetual exile in the empty desert. Only a few had somehow wandered into the civilized region of the lakes, and had been let stay there long enough to learn and grow and prosper, and themselves appropriate the blessings of civilization. It was only because of that good fortune that they, that we, that I, and all the other Mexica were not still living an aimless existence, roaming the wilderness, clad in stinking skin garments, keeping alive by eating sun-dried child meat, or worse. For a long time, as I slouched slowly eastward, I mused on those demeaning and disturbing realizations. For much of that time, I could only gloomily regard us Mexica as the fruit of a tree rooted in swamp ooze and fed by human manure. But gradually I came to a new realization. People are not plants. They are not fixed to any roots or dependent on them. People are mobile and free to move far from their beginnings, far away if that satisfies them. far upward if they have the ambition and ability. The Mexica had long been vain of their ancestry, and I had suddenly been made ashamed of it. But both attitudes were equally foolish. Our ancestors merited neither blame nor credit that we were what we were. We had aspired to do something better than a swamp life, and we had achieved it. We had moved from the island of Aztlan to another island, no more promising, and we had made of it the most resplendent city ever seen, the capital of a dominion unsurpassed, the center of a civilization ever broadening outward into lands that would still be mean and poor but for our influence. Whatever our origins, or the forces that had impelled us, we had climbed to a height never reached by any other people, and we needed not to argue or explain or excuse our beginnings, our arduous journey through the generations, our arrival at the pinnacle we finally occupied. To command the respect of every other people, we needed to say only that we were the Mexica. I straightened my back and squared my shoulders and lifted my head and proudly faced in the direction of the heart and center of the one world. But I found that I could not long maintain that firm and prideful stride. During all of that journey, I had been retracing and unearthing and piecing together the past history of ancient lands and peoples. The nearer I got to home, the more it seemed that all that collected antiquity had permeated my mind, my muscles, and my bones. I felt that I was carrying every sheaf of the years gone by since history began, and I do not think I was simply imagining that burden. There was evidence that it really weighed on me. I walked more slowly and less erectly than I had used to do, and on breasting the higher hills I breathed hard, and when I labored up some very steep slopes, my heart pounded on my ribs in angry complaint. Because of my feeling that I had become weighted with all the ages of the world, I swerved aside as I approached Tenochtitlan. It was too modern for my mood. I decided to go first to an older place, a place I had never yet visited, though it lies not far to the east of where I was born. I wanted to see the place first inhabited in all this area, the site of the earliest civilization ever to flourish here. I circled around the lake basin, north, then southeastward, staying on the mainland, and I came at last to the ages-remembering city of Teotihuacan, the place where the gods gathered. There is no knowing how many sheaves of years it remembers in its dreaming silence. Teotihuacan is a ruin now, though a majestic ruin, and it has been a ruin during all the recorded history of all the peoples now living in this region. The pavement of its broad avenues was long ago buried under wind-blown silt and overgrowing weeds. Its ranks of temples are no more than rubble outlines of their former foundations. Its pyramids still tower over the plain, but their topmost points are blunted. Their straight lines and sharp angles have softened and crumbled under the battering of years and weathers beyond reckoning. The colors with which the city would once have blazed are worn away. The radiance of its white lime gesso, the gleam of beaten gold, the brilliance of many different paints. And the whole city is now the drab dun and gray of its underlying rock construction. According to Mexica tradition, the city was built by the gods to be the place in which they convened while they made their plans for creating the rest of the world. Hence the name we gave it. But according to my old Lord Teacher of History, that legend is only a romantically mistaken notion. The city was actually built by men. Still, that would hardly lessen the wondrousness of it, for those men must have been the long-vanished Tolteca, and those master artisans built magnificently. To see Teotihuacan as I first saw it, in an extravagantly colorful sunset, its pyramids looming up from the flatland and looking in that light as if newly sheathed in the richest red gold, luminous against the background of distant purple mountains and the deep blue sky. That is a sight so overwhelming as to make one believe that the city was the work of gods, or, if it was made by men, that they were a godlike race of men. I entered the city at its northern end and picked my way through the litter of fallen stone blocks around the base of the pyramid that our Mexica wise men supposed had been dedicated to the moon. That pyramid has lost at least a third of its height, where its top has been worn away, and its staircase ascends to a welter of loose rocks up there. The Pyramid of the Moon is surrounded by the standing or toppled columns and walls of buildings that must have once been 2 or 3 floors high. One edifice we called the Palace of the Butterflies, because of the abundance of those blithe creatures pictured on the murals still visible on its interior walls. But I did not loiter there. I walked south along the city's central avenue, which is as long and broad as the floor of a good-sized valley, but much more level. We called it Inmicautli, the Avenue of the Dead, and although it is thick with brush through which snakes slither and rabbits bounce, it still affords a pleasant stroll. More than a 1 long run in length, it is bordered by the ruins of temples on either side, until you are halfway along it. There, the left-hand row of temples is interrupted for the unbelievably immense bulk of the Ikpak Tlamana Kali that our wise men had decided was the Pyramid of the Sun. If I say that the whole city of Teotihuacan is impressive, but that the Pyramid of the Sun makes all the rest look trivial, perhaps that will give you some idea of its size and majesty. It is easily half again as big in every dimension as was the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan, and that was the grandest I had ever seen before. In fact, no one can say how big the Pyramid of the Sun really is, because much of its base is under the earth, deposited there by wind and rain during the ages since Teotihuacan was abandoned. But what remains visible and measurable is awesome. At ground level, each of the 4 sides is 230 paces from corner to corner, and the structure soars as high as 20 ordinary houses piled up on top of each other. The pyramid's entire surface is rough and jagged, because the smooth slabs of slate with which it was once clad have all come loose from the jutting rock studs that held them. And long before those slates slid down to become a jumble of shards on the ground, I imagine they had already shed their original coating of white lime gesso and colored paints. The structure rises in 4 tiers, and each one slopes upward at a slightly different angle, for no reason except that refinement of design deceives the eye and makes the entire edifice somehow appear even bigger than it is. So there are 3 wide terraces around the 4 sides, and at the very top a square platform on which a temple must once have stood. But it would have had to be a very small temple, and quite inadequate for ceremonies of human sacrifice. The staircase ascending the pyramid's front is now so broken and crumpled that the individual steps are barely discernible. The Pyramid of the Sun faces westward, toward the setting sun, and its front was still colored flame and gold when I reached it. But at that moment, the lengthening shadows of the ruined temples on the other side of the avenue began to creep up the pyramid's front, like jagged teeth biting at it. I quickly began to scramble up what remained of the staircase, keeping in the jacinth sunlight all the way, just above and ahead of the encroaching shadow teeth. I attained the platform at the summit at the same time the last sunlight drifted from the pyramid, and I sat down heavily, wheezing for breath. A late-flying butterfly came fluttering up from somewhere and perched on the platform companionably near me. It was a very large and entirely black butterfly, and it gently waggled its wings as if it too were panting from the climb. All of Teotihuacan was by then in twilight, and before long a pale mist began to rise from the ground. The pyramid on which I sat, for all its massiveness, seemed to be floating unattached to the earth. The city, which had once been flamboyantly red and yellow, had become muted blue and silver. It looked peaceful and drowsy. It looked its great age. It looked older than time, but so steadfast that it would still endure when all of time had passed away. I scanned the city from end to end. At that height it was possible, and, using my topaz, I could see the innumerable pits and dimples in the weed-grown land stretching far on both sides of the Avenue of the Dead, the places where had stood more habitations than there were in Tenochtitlan. Then I saw something else, and it startled me. Distant small fires taking bloom. Was the dead city coming to life again? But then I perceived that they were torchlights, a long double line of them, approaching from the south. I was briefly annoyed that I no longer had the city to myself, but I knew that pilgrims often came there, singly or in crowds, from Tenochtitlan, from Texcoco, and other parts, to make offerings or prayers in that place where the gods once had gathered. There was even a campground to accommodate such visitors, a vast, rectangular, sunken meadow at the southern extremity of the main avenue. It was believed that it had originally been Teotihuacan's marketplace, and that under the grass must be enclosing walls and a stone-paved plaza. The night was full dark by the time the torchlight procession reached that place, and for a time I watched as some of the torches stopped and stayed in a circle, while others moved here and there, their carriers busy with the activity of making camp. Then, being sure that none of the pilgrims would venture farther into the city before morning, I swung around on the platform to face eastward and watch the early rising moon. It was full, as perfectly round and benignly beautiful as Aztlan's stone of Coil Chauqui. When it was well up above the undulant profile of the far-off mountains, I turned yet again to look at Teotihuacan by its light. A gentle night breeze had dispelled the ground mist, and the many edifices were sharply outlined in every detail by the blue-white moonlight, and they threw stark black shadows across the blue ground. Almost all the roads and days of my life had been hectic and eventful, with not many leisurely intervals, and I expected that they would continue to be so to their end. But I sat in serenity there for a little time, and I treasured it. I was even moved to make the one poem I ever made in my life. It had little regard for facts or history. It was inspired purely by the moonlit loveliness and silence and tranquility of that place and that time. When I had made the poem in my head, I stood erect atop that towering pyramid of the sun, and I said the poem aloud to the empty city. Once, when nothing was but night, they gathered, in a time forgotten, all the gods of greatest might, to plan the dawn of day and light, here at Teotihuacan. Very nice, said a voice not my own, and I started so that I nearly leapt off the pyramid. The voice recited the poem back to me, word for word, slowly and savoringly, and I recognized the voice. I have heard my small effort recited by other people on later occasions, and even in recent times, but never again by the Lord Motecuzoma Xochitl, Chem Anahuac Yue Tlatawani, revered speaker of the one world. Very nice, he said again, especially since Eagle Knights are not noted for their poetic turn of mind, nor even sometimes for their knightliness, I said ruefully, knowing that he had recognized me too. No need for apprehension, Knight Meechley, he said, without any audible emotion. Your elderly under-chiefs took all blame for the failure of the Yanquitlan colony. They were duly executed. There remains no debt outstanding. And before they went to the flower garland, they told me of your intended exploration. How did you fare? No better than at Yanquitlan, my lord, I said, suppressing a sigh for the friends who had died on my behalf. I merely proved that the fabled Azteca stores do not exist, and never did. I gave him a much abbreviated account of my journey, and of my finding the legendary Aztlan, and I concluded with the words I had heard in various languages everywhere. Mocekuzoma nodded somberly and repeated the words, staring out into the night as if he could see before him all the lands of his domains. And he made the words sound ominously like an epitaph. The Azteca were here, but they brought nothing with them, and they left nothing when they went. After a while of rather uncomfortable silence, I said, "For more than 2 years I have had no news of Tenochtitlan or the Triple Alliance. How fare things there, Lord Speaker?" "About as dismally as you describe the affairs of the dreary Aztlan. Our wars win us nothing. Our territories have not grown by a handspan since you last knew them. Meanwhile, the omens multiply, ever more mysterious and threatening of future disaster." He favored me with a short history of recent events. He had never ceased harrying and trying to subdue the stubbornly independent neighbor nation of Tlaxcala, but with notable lack of success. The Tezcalteca were still independent, and more inimical than ever toward Tenochtitlan. The only recent fighting that Moctezuma could call even moderately successful had been a mere raid of reprisal. The inhabitants of a town called Tlaxiaco, somewhere in the Mixteca country, had been intercepting and keeping for themselves the rich goods of tribute intended for Tenochtitlan, sent by cities farther south. Moctezuma had personally led his troops there and turned the town of Tlaxiaco to a puddle of blood. But the affairs of state have not been so disheartening as the doings of nature, he went on. One morning, about a year and a half ago, the entire lake of Texcoco suddenly became as turbulent as a stormy sea. For a day and a night, it tossed and foamed and flooded some low-lying areas. And for no reason. There was no storm, no wind, no earthquake to account for the water's upheaval. Then, last year, and just as inexplicably, the temple of Huitzilopochtli caught fire and burned until it was completely ruined. It has since been restored, and the god has evinced no sign of outrage. But that fire on top of the Great Pyramid was visible everywhere around the lake, and it struck terror into the hearts of all who saw. Most strange, I agreed. How could a temple of stone catch fire, even if some madman held a torch to it? Stone does not burn. Coagulated blood does, said Moctezuma, and the temple's interior was thickly caked with it. The stench hung over the city for days afterward. But those occurrences, whatever they might have portended, were in the past. Now comes this accursed thing. He pointed to the sky, and I raised my crystal to peer upward, and I grunted involuntarily when I saw the thing. I had never seen one before. I probably would never have noticed that one if my weak eyes had not been directed to it. But I recognized it as what we called a smoking star. You Spaniards call it a hairy star, or a comet. It was really quite pretty, like a luminous little tuft of down snagged among the ordinary stars. But of course, I knew it was to be regarded with dread, as a sure precursor of evil. The court astronomers first espied it a month ago, said Motekuzoma, when it was too small to have been seen by an untrained eye. It has appeared in the same place in the sky every night since, but ever growing larger and brighter. Many of our people will not venture out of their houses at night, and even the boldest make sure their children stay indoors, safe from its baleful light. I said, "So the smoking star impels my lord to seek communion with the gods of this sacred city?" He sighed and said, "No, or not entirely. That apparition is troubling enough, but I have not yet spoken of the even more recent and more dire omen. You know, of course, that the chief god of this city, Teotihuacan, was the feathered serpent, and that it has long been believed that he and his Tolteca would eventually come back to reclaim these lands. I know the old tales, Lord Speaker. Quetzalcoatl built some sort of magical raft and drifted away across the eastern sea, vowing to return someday. And do you remember, Knight Meachley, some 3 years ago, when you and I and the Lord Speaker Nezahualpili of Texcoco discussed a drawing on a piece of paper brought from the Maya lands?" "Yes, my lord," I said uneasily, not much liking to be reminded of it. "A house of great size floating upon the sea." "Upon the eastern sea," he stressed. "In the drawing, the floating house appeared to have occupants. You and Nezahualpili called them men, strangers, outlanders." "I remember, my lord. Were we mistaken in calling them strangers? Do you mean the drawing represented the returning Quetzalcoatl, bringing his Tolteca back from the dead?" "I do not know," he said, with uncommon humility. "But I have just had report that one of those floating houses appeared again off the Maya coast, and it turned over in the sea, like a house toppling sideways in an earthquake. And 2 of its occupants were washed ashore, nearly dead. If there were others in that house, they must have drowned. But those 2 survivors came alive after a while, and are now living in some village called Tiho. Its chief, a man named Ah Tutal, sent a swift messenger to ask of me what to do with them, for he asserts that they are gods, and he is unaccustomed to entertaining gods. At any rate, not living and visible and palpable gods." I had listened in growing astonishment. I blurted, "Well, my lord, are they gods?" "I do not know," he said again. The message was typical of Maya ineptitude, so hysterical and incoherent that I cannot tell even whether those 2 are male or female, or one of each, like the Lord and Lady Pair. But the description, such as it is, described no man or woman of my experience. Inhumanly white of skin, exceedingly hairy of face and body, speaking a language incomprehensible even to the wisest of the wise men thereabouts. Surely gods would look and talk differently than we do, would they not? I thought about it, and finally said, I should suppose that gods can assume any appearance they choose, and speak any human tongue, if they really wish to communicate. One thing I find hard to believe is that gods could capsize their traveling house and half drown themselves, like any clumsy boatman. But what have you advised that chief, Lord Speaker? First, to remain silent until we can ascertain what sort of beings they are. Second, to ply them with the best food and drink, with all manner of comforts, with companionship of the opposite sex, if they desire it, so that they may rest content in Tiho. Third, and most important, to keep them there, well enclosed, unseen by more eyes than have seen them already, to keep their existence as little known as possible. The apathetic Maya may not be unduly excited by this occurrence, but if the news gets out among more discerning and sensitive peoples, it could cause turmoil, and I do not want that. I have visited Tiho, I said. It is more than a village, quite a respectable town in size, and its inhabitants are the Shiyu people, considerably superior to most other remnants of the Maya. I expect they will comply, Lord Speaker, that they will keep the matter secret. In the moonlight, I could see Motekuzoma turn in my direction, and his head inclined sharply toward me as he said, "You speak the Maya languages." "That Shiyu dialect. Yes, my lord, passably." "And you are quick with other exotic languages." He went on before I could comment, but he seemed to speak to himself. "I came to Teotihuacan, the city of Quetzalcoatl, hoping that he or some other god might give me a sign, some indication of how I should best contend with this situation. And what do I find at Teotihuacan?" He laughed, though the laughter sounded strained, and he addressed me again. "You could atone for many past derelictions, Knight Meachley, if you were to volunteer to do a thing beyond the capabilities of other men, even the highest priests of men. If you were to be the emissary of the Mexica, of all mankind, our emissary to the gods." He said the last words facetiously, as if of course he disbelieved them, though we were both aware that they were not entirely beyond belief. The idea was breathtaking, that I might be the first man ever to talk, not harangue, as the priests did, or confer by some mystic means, but really talk with beings who perhaps were not human, who perhaps were something eminently greater than human. That I might speak words to and hear words spoken by, yes, the gods. But at that moment I could not speak at all, and Motekuzoma laughed again at my speechlessness. He got to his feet, upright on the pyramid summit, and he leaned down to clap me on the shoulder, and he said cheerfully, "Too weak to say yes or no, Knight Meachley? Well, my servants should have a hearty meal ready by now. Come be my guest, and let me feed your resolve." So we cautiously picked our way down a moonlit side of the Pyramid of the Sun, a descent almost as difficult as the climb, and we walked south along the Avenue of the Dead to the campground, overlooked by the third and least of Teotihuacan's pyramids, where fires were burning, cooking was being done, and mosquito-netted pallets were being laid out by the 100 or so servants, priests, knights, and other courtiers who had accompanied Moctezuma. We were met there by the high priest, whom I remembered as having officiated at the new fire ceremony some 5 years before. He gave me only a passing glance, and started to say, with pompous importance, "Lord Speaker, for tomorrow's petitions to the old gods of this place, I suggest first a ritual of—" "Do not bother," Moctezuma interrupted him. "There is now no need for pretentious petitions. We will return to Tenochtitlan as soon as we wake tomorrow." "But, my lord," the priest protested, "after coming all the way out here, with all your retinue and august guests." "Sometimes the gods volunteer their blessing before it is even asked," said Moctezuma, and he threw an equivocal look at me. "Of course, we may never be sure if it is given seriously or only in mocking jest." So he and I sat down to eat, among a circle of his palace guardsmen and other knights, many of whom recognized and greeted me. Although I was disreputably ragged, dirty, and out of place in that gaudily feathered and jeweled assemblage, the Yue Tlatoani directed me to the pillowed seat of honor on the ground at his right. While we ate, and while I tried heroically to moderate my veracity, the Lord Speaker spoke at some length about my forthcoming mission to the gods. He suggested questions I should ask of them, when I had mastered their language, and what questions of theirs I might prudently avoid answering. I waited for him to be silenced by a mouthful of grilled quail, and then I ventured to say, "My lord, I would make one request. May I rest at home for at least a short time before I set out traveling again? I started this last journey in all the vigor of my manhood's prime, but I confess that I feel as if I have come home in the age of never." "Ah, yes," the Lord Speaker said understandingly. "No need to apologize. It is the common fate of man. We all come at last to the Uwaquin Iquick." "From your expressions, reverend scribes, I take it that you do not comprehend the meaning of the Uwaquin Iquick, the age of never." No, my lords. It does not signify an age of any specific number of years. It comes early to some people, later to others. Considering that I was then 45 years old, well into my middle years, I had eluded its clutch for longer than most men. The Uwaquin Iquick is the age when a man begins to mutter to himself, "Ah, the hills never seemed so steep before," or, "Ah, my back never used to give me these twinges of pain," or, "Ah, I never found a gray hair in my head before now." That is the age of never. Moctezuma went on. "By all means, Knight Meachley, take time to recover your strength before you go south. And this time you will not go afoot or alone. An appointed emissary of the Mexica must go in pomp, especially when he is to confer with gods. I will provide for you a stately litter and strong bearers and an armed escort, and you will wear your richest Eagle Knight regalia. As we prepared to bed down, by the combined light of the setting moon and the dying campfires, Motekuzoma called for one of his swift messengers. He gave instructions to the man, and the runner immediately set off for Tenochtitlan, to take word to my household of my impending return. It was thoughtful of the speaker to do that, and it was well-intentioned, so that my servants and my wife Beuribe should have time to prepare a fitting reception for my homecoming. But the actual effect of that reception was nearly to kill me, and then to make me nearly kill Bayu. I made my way through the streets of Tenochtitlan at the next midday. Because I was as unprepossessing as any beggar leper, and almost as immodestly exposed as a genital-proud Huachtacatl, the passing people either made a wide circuit around me or ostentatiously drew their mantles close to avoid brushing against me. But when I reached my home quarter of Ishakualco, I began to meet remembered neighbors, and they greeted me civilly enough. Then I saw my own house, and its mistress standing in the open door at the top of the street stairs, and I raised my topaz for a look at her, and I almost fell at that moment, right there in the street. It was Zianya waiting for me. She stood in the bright light of day, dressed only in blouse and skirt, her lovely head bare, and the beautiful white streak was clearly visible in her flowing black hair. The shock of the illusion was like the shock of a blow that deranged all my body's senses and organs. I suddenly seemed to be looking out from underwater, from inside a whirlpool. The streets, houses, and people moved in circles about me. My throat constricted, and my breath would go neither in nor out. My heart bounded first in joy, then in frenzied protest at the strain. It hammered even harder than it had lately done during strenuous hill climbs. I tottered and groped for the support of a nearby torch lamp post. "Za!" she cried, catching hold of me. I had not seen her come running. "Are you wounded? Are you ill?" "Are you really Zianya?" I managed to say, in a thin voice squeezed out through my tightened throat. The street had darkened in my sight, but I could still see the gleam of that strand of her hair. "My dear," was all she replied. "My dear, old Za." And she held me close against her soft, warm bosom. I said what seemed obvious to my addled mind. "Then you are not here. I am there." I laughed for sheer happiness at being dead. "You have waited for me all this time, on the nearmost border of the far country." "No, no, you are not dead," she crooned. "You are only weary, and I was thoughtless. I should have saved the surprise." "Surprise? I said. My vision was clearing and steadying, and I lifted my eyes from her breast to her face. It was Zyanya's face, and it was beautiful beyond the beauty of all other women. But it was not my remembered Zyanya at 20. The face was as old as mine, and the dead do not age. Somewhere Zyanya was still young, and Coscatl was younger yet, and old Blood Glutton was still lustily ageless, and my daughter Nochipa would forever be a child of 12. Only I, Dark Cloud, was left in this world, to endure the ever darker and cloudier age of never. Bayuribe must have seen something frightful in my eyes. She let go of me and warily stepped backward. My heart's wildness and the other symptoms of shock had ceased. I merely felt cold all over. I stood erect, and I said grimly, "This time you deliberately pretended. This time you did it on purpose." Continuing slowly to edge away from me, she said in a quaver, I hoped it would please you. I thought if your wife again looked the way you had loved her." When her voice trailed away in a whisper, she cleared her throat to say, "Za, you know the one and only visible difference between us was her hair." I said through my teeth, "The only difference." And I took from my shoulder my empty leather water bag. Bayu went on desperately. "So last night, when the messenger told of your return, I made lime water, and I bleached just this one lock. I thought you might accept me, for a while at least." "I could have died," I gritted, "and I gladly would have done, but not for you. I promise, this will be the last of your cursed trickeries and sorceries and indignities heaped upon me." I had the straps of the leather bag in my right hand. With my left, I lunged to seize her wrist, and I twisted it so she sprawled on the earth. Absurdly, she cried, "Za, there is white in your own hair now." Our neighbors and some other folk were standing along the street, and they had been simpering to see my wife run to embrace the traveler come home. They stopped that fond smiling when I began to beat her. I truly do think I would have done her to death if I had had the strength and the endurance. But I was weary, as she had remarked, and I was not young, as she had also remarked. Even so, the flailing leather ripped her light clothing to ribbons, and then scattered the scraps, so that she lay there naked, except for a few remaining rags around her neck. Her body of honeyed copper, which could have been Zyanya's body, was striped with vivid red welts, but my strength had not been sufficient to break her skin and draw blood. When I could whip no more, she had fainted from the pain. I left her lying there, naked to the gaze of all who cared to look, and I staggered to my house stairs, myself half dead again. The old woman Turquoise, older yet, was peeking fearfully from the door. I had no voice to speak, I could only gesture for her to see to her mistress. Somehow I made my way up the stairs to the upper floor of the house. Only one bedchamber had been made ready, the one that had been mine and Zayanya's. Its bed was piled high with soft quilts, the top one invitingly turned down on both sides. I cursed and lurched into the spare chamber, and with great effort unrolled the quilts stored there, and let myself fall limply, face forward, onto them. I fell into sleep, as sometime I will fall into death, and into Zayanya's arms. I slept until the middle of the next day, and old Turquoise was hovering anxiously outside my door when I awoke. The door to the main bedchamber was closed, and no sound came from beyond it. I did not inquire into Bayou's condition. I commanded Turquoise to heat water for my bath trough and stones for my steam closet, and to lay out clean clothes for me, and then to start cooking, and not to stop until I gave the order. When I had finally had enough of alternate steaming and soaking, and had dressed, I went downstairs, and all by myself ate and drank enough for 3 men. As the servant was setting down the second platter, and perhaps the 3rd jug of chocolate, I told her, "I shall be wanting all the apparel and armor and other accessories of my Eagle Knight garb. When you are finished serving, please get them from wherever they are stored, and see that they are freshly aired, that all the feathers are preened, that all is in perfect order. But right now, send Starsinger to me." In a tremulous old voice, she said, "I regret to tell you, master, but Starsinger died of the cold of last winter." I said I was sorry to hear that. "Then you must do the errand, Turquoise, before you attend to my wardrobe and regalia. You will go to the palace." She recoiled and gasped. "I, master? To the palace? Why, the guards would not let me near the great door." "Tell them you come from me, and they will," I said impatiently. "You are to speak a message to the Yue Tlatoani, and to no one else." She gasped again. "To the Yue... Hush, woman. You are to tell him this. Memorize it. Just this. The Lord Speaker's emissary requires no more rest. Dark Cloud is prepared to start upon his mission as soon as the Lord Speaker can make ready the escort." And so, without seeing Waiting Moon again, I went off to meet the waiting gods.